Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, April the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. Well, guys, look at this SPY. Obviously, we're going to be in for a rocky open. SPY's way down. Now, my watch list could be in disarray this morning or today. If you were here yesterday, you know how I was saying that most of the stocks in the watch list, because of the last few days, are stocks that are on the upside. But if the market gaps down and moves down, we may not get very many alerts because I don't have too many stocks that I'm looking at on the downside. So just have to wait and see. So airlines had a little pop this morning, but I'm sure they're starting to pull back. Yeah, so there was, the stimulus package kind of kicking in for the airlines, but it's there. Most of them are probably pulling back. Pick a sector: the cruisers, hotels, MGM, all the cruisers, NCLH, RCL. Energy is getting hit this morning, so we've got a lot of tough sectors this morning. Yeah, that CHK, I had to sort of rub my eyes a couple of times. Yeah, a 1 for 200 reverse split for CHK. So let's take a look at the other things that are happening. Of course, we have some virus plays in play today. APDN, virus play, APDN, huge gap, huge volume, low float. So, I mean, this could just, there's a 200-day moving, well, wait a minute, 200-day moving average is 785. So it's getting close. That's right, it's getting close to the 200-day moving average. Have to see if that stops it. It did pop through the pre-market. Got up to, 838 or so. There's the 200-day. But this is holding. This is holding. Is a very, very low float. APDN, virus play. CPHI, this is a very small one, I believe. Yeah, I just have my doubts about these little ones, but anyway, I'm just going to bring it to your attention. It is a virus play to do with masks. I did not hold SMMT, no. You were in the room yesterday. This is what got me out. I'll show you why I got out of the SMM. Okay, so as I said, I was going to swing it if it could hold kind of near the highs of the day. It didn't have to close right at the highs. So, and I also really wanted it to hold over 5. So I was watching here, and that candle got me out right there, right about right there. So I was in around 414, I believe, 414, 416. I'd already sold some earlier, but I decided not to hold it. I'll take a look at it again if it gets over 5 at some point, but I'm not interested. We have a couple of earnings plays, at least, well, this is one, little cannabis play out of Canada. APHA, earnings play, big gap up, 500-day. The 200-day moving average at 5, so getting a little bit close. Grill, GRIL, muscle maker, haven't seen this one for a bit. This, of course, was very active during these days right here. That's when, how is Blue Apron doing? That's when all these delivery services were going crazy. But Grill is having a pop today. Big 22% up, 23% up, decent volume, low float. TFFP. This is gapped up. It is a virus play. A collaboration with the University of Georgia. Actually, what they're talking about is a universal flu vaccine. So anyway, this is, I guess it's technically not a virus play, but let's call it a virus play, TFFP. Now this is pulled way back. Another low float, 11.8 million in the float, but it's pulled way back from 680 down to 525. BIMI, B-I-M-I. What a move. Another low float, 4.7 million in the float. China stock, I did see some news on it, such as it is. Let's see, what sort of room does this have? So if you look at the daily chart, looking left, 334. What did it get up to this morning? Right to 334, 335. So it got stuck right there, right on the high of that daily candle. It's back on April 1st. All right, so all of the scans I'm sharing, including the pre-market window, just click on the scans tab, okay, Brad? Just click on the scans tab, and you just have to find it. It's one of the, I've named them all, of course, so it is right, where are you? There you are, pre-market actives, okay? Just have to load it, or you can go to the room drive icon, and scans that I share and download, it will go to a Word document. Okay. Okay, PLT Plantronics. Now this is technically not an earnings play. Technically not an earnings play, but I guess they've released guidance and they're actually kind of bullish next quarter. I believe that's what it said as I glance at the headline. So this is Plantronics, PLT, not a ton of volume, but it's up 10%. And more important, I mean, there's probably some resistance right around here. Now, based on what the market's doing today, and if the market opens and it continues to gap down, you know, my bias, of course, would be to fade any gaps. But this is I call this a pseudo earnings play. They release earnings May the 5th, but they've kind of come out and given some guidance that I think is above expectations. So that's why PLT is up. 1429 or so, 1436 is the high looking left. So it still has some room, but yeah, I just have my doubts. Play, Dave & Buster's Play. It was already started down yesterday, a little bit down yesterday, continuing down right now, maybe coming into some support. Right down here around, well, in fact, it's just a little bit below that. Just looking at this daily chart, 1139. So actually it is below these two candles there. So if you look left on that daily chart, around $10 is maybe the next support area for Play. Now there are a ton of energy plays that are down. I picked this one because we've been following. I've been following this one for a while. APA, and it has some support, fairly far away, around $4. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but and let's see what else. Yeah, I had here Hexo was popping, just a small one. Yeah, I just bring it to your attention because I noticed it had popped up. Fantastic volume. It's not a low float though. 200. In fact, that's a crazy float for a $1 stock or less than a dollar stock. 77 cents it popped to, and it has come right back down. What do I think about BTG? Well, not much. It's a big float, another big float. It's almost $1 billion in the float for a $5 stock. That's a lot. I mean, of course, with gold. I mean, gold was running in the last few days. Other than that, I really, I don't see any. I mean, there's no volume yet, so it's hard to know what's going to happen. Kind of keeping an eye on Bed Bath & Beyond to see if it takes out 5 right down here. We do have some earnings plays. The banks, let's see, WFC, that was yesterday, sorry. I believe, is it Goldman Sachs this morning? Yeah, Goldman Sachs. So Goldman Sachs, actually, it's down 3.5%. Goldman Sachs. I think Citi, was Citi another one? Citi Group. released also. Well, if you have a high float, unless there's some real news or the sector is really ripping or something like that, but unless you have some really news about the stock, I mean, it's going to take a lot to move it. I mean, that's why we have these low float situations like an APDN, 2.9 million in the float. I mean, that's why this sort of stuff can happen, up 70%. If this had 2 billion in the float, I guarantee it's not going to be up here. But it needs, not saying a high float can't move, but it needs a catalyst. All right, 9:15. Let me just take a quick look to see what the upgrades and downgrades are this morning. Actually, we have a manageable number of both, so I'll get them all in. Aha! The Goose got an upgrade. Who did that? Target got an upgrade. All right, there are some of the upgrades this morning. All right, let me get the downgrades in now. Oxy is moving down also. Another one that's been very, very active. Oxy is moving down. OXY. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. T-Banks, what does everyone use to watch multiple stocks simultaneously? Multiple stocks simultaneously. I need a little more information about what you mean. I mean, obviously we have different alert windows, which, and by the way, guys, I have made a change to my Momo up. I've reduced it to, I think, $10. Trying to capture, just $1 and $10 now. You don't have to do the same, but that's what I've done this morning. Well, okay, T-Banks, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so we're using Trade Ideas. Is that what you mean? You're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so maybe you didn't know that. So this is the program that we have that I display all day long. Okay, just checking to see if anything is popping in here. On the upside, Pixie, Shift Pixie. Well, look, Shift Pixie. Okay, have to say that very, 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 very carefully. Yeah, I mean, the only change I made was just trying to capture the ones under $10, so I can focus on them a little more. And we had so many yesterday that were under, actually probably under $5. So I just trying to focus a little bit more on the ones under $10. That's all. You don't have to do it. I mean, nobody has to make the change, but I'm gonna go now today. Pick a bad day maybe because we may not get any today, but. All right, guys. So, wow, look at Pixie. Pixie on the move here. Pixie helping restaurants build digital lifeboats, okay, with Paycheck Protection Program. Wow, look at Pixie. Low float. Now, this is a stupid, stupid low float, okay? Crazy low float, 316,000. Again, if you went to probably 10 different data providers, you might get 10 different float values, but whatever the number is, it's going to be very low. These stocks that do many reverse splits, sometimes it's a really difficult chore to get a real handle on what the actual float number is. But whatever it is, it's going to be low. And yeah, you can't trade it right now. 703, 730, yeah. So again, if you want to follow my watch list all day long, all you have to do is from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then My Windows right there. Okay, then you'll have these three windows popping up. Now remember, everything in a channel bar, in the channel bar, is a layout. So before you load anything from the channel bar, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, which is fine. What will happen is your layout will disappear as long as you've saved it to the cloud. Of course, you can bring it back. But this is my watch list. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 15 minutes after the market opens. I've got a time delay set on them. This should start almost immediately at 9:30 once the market opens. And I may turn it off. I don't know exactly if I'm going to keep them on. Well, I better turn it on right now. I will be enabling these two, my watch list up, my watch list down, enabling them on auto trading the entries. When something appears in here, it would automatically take the trade. I'm going to go over a lot of that around 10:30, how you can set it up if you want to do something like that. 15-minute, it's a 15-minute delay today. Yeah, 15 minutes alert, 15 minutes after the open. Again, you guys don't have to do the same thing. You want to make it 30 minutes. Well, I mean, things like play. I mean, whether they can. Oops, you're asking for short ideas. I mean, for me, I have to wait for the market to open. Obviously, play is very, very weak right now. It has bounced a little bit, but I typically don't take trades until at least 15 minutes after the market opens anyway. Or like to see things settle down just a little bit. Also, guys, I am, which is absolutely fine. I'm answering a lot more questions than I normally would. The room is a lot of new people in the room asking questions about the program, about trading itself, and that's absolutely fine. I only took one trade yesterday, and that if you're in the room and it was a summit, but that's all I needed. I just had one trade yesterday. Turned out to be just a great trade, SMMT. I was planning to swing it, but I decided that saw this action here, not to swing it, but I'd already taken some profit out. And that was a late trade. I didn't get into that one until noon. Noon Eastern time. So I'm in no rush to get get into anything early. Somebody asking me about the UAVS. Yeah, another low float situation. Until these sort of stocks breaks $1. Boy, look at Pixie. And they're all the energy stocks. Well, not all of them, but a lot of the energy stocks are going to be really on the short watch today. But listen, I mean, the market could rally. I mean, the market right now, we're already putting in a couple of little green bars. I mean, the market could rally. So that's why I like to wait. No rush to do anything, or I'm not in any rush to take trades early. Well, it's approaching. It's only $6 away from the 200-day. This one is not even shortable for me. It's not shortable for me. Pixie is not at Interactive Brokers. I saw Works this morning and I saw it pop, and then I think it's dropped a little bit. Well, it's still up a little bit. It popped up here. I just have a tough time with it. I mean, I was surprised at yesterday's action. I was actually surprised at the day before's action. I thought it would hold better. But again, as I said yesterday, it's almost as if people do not believe that they really have a $1 billion order. So was that question directed to me, Sloth? This is in the simulator, okay? So what you're seeing here, when I'm taking these, this is in I demonstrate the simulated trading. Great for people who are new to trading or want to test out their own strategies, okay? So this is a real-time paper trader, simulated trader, using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage, what your brokerage is, or who you have your broker with, or does that make sense? Who your broker is. Doesn't matter who your broker is. This is using TradeIdea's live data. So that's what you'll see all day long. Okay, I'm gonna have to see how really slows down when you have too many in a watch list. So I'm just going to put it back to 100. All right, so CHCI. No, okay, this is actually this is an earnings play. CHCI is an earnings play. Pre-market, release pre-market. Volume is picking up. Very low float. Yeah, that's a big gap up too. I mean, look at the 200-day moving average. So it's flew right through that 200-day moving average for CHCI. Now, guys, this could turn into my favorite day. My favorite day being a market that gaps down and then recovers all day long. Gives you great bounce opportunities. All right, we are going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Yeah, David, we can't give you any advice like that, okay? You honestly have to manage that trade. I certainly cannot give you any advice. I mean, if you were lucky to get in at 433, good for you. But we cannot give you any advice. Well, I can't. Yeah, 1 for 200 reverse split. For CHK. Yeah, the other one. Yeah, the TBLT also was a reverse split. I think a 1 for 20. 1 for 20 reverse split. All right, guys, we are almost open. All right, we're now open. My goodness, Shift Pixie. I mean, you're wondering why something like this can happen. 300, I mean, that's, again, I have no idea if that's a completely accurate number, but whatever that number is, it's going to be very, very low. But 316,000 in the float is ridiculously low. And again, if you don't know the concept of the float, that's basically the amount of shares that are available to trade. So the lower that number, it's that's the supply. And if for whatever reason you've got a high demand, these are the sort of things that can happen. Just like any other commodity on earth, low supply, high demand, prices go up. Now it was halted also. So he'll basically Pixie was halted right on the wow, and it is looking really. Look at this 950, 997. Wow, this is going to be unbelievable. So you get it. Good for you, David. 978, 978, stacking up. Halt was at 898. Now you know whether this holds or not. Well, it just dropped. Again, this is Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is not from Trade Ideas. Now, Schlumberger, SLB on the way down. Also, another one, energy sector. So the energy sector just and Grill. Look at Grill, guys. GRIL. I think what I read is they're also going to include staples like toilet paper, etc., that they will deliver. I think that's what I read. This is an IPO back here. All right, Bed Bath and Beyond. Underneath 5 now, guys. Underneath 5. This is one that, I mean, where's this? There's support maybe down around 4, maybe 390-ish or so. And that's for BBBY. So I'm just reading your comment in the YouTube feed, Devil's Island Boy. So first try AI trading. Okay. Yeah, you're right. They have earnings after hours. I mean, this is just a company that's been even before a virus, guys. I mean, this was just in disarray. So if you're wondering why I don't like trading in the first 15, I mean, look at that. So APDN pops up to 876, drops all the way down. I mean, now look at this. I mean, this is in the first 15 minutes, you get a lot of things that look like this, okay? Up, down, up, down. If you pick, listen, you pick the right one and it keeps moving, fantastic. But I've just found that it's, for me personally, it's just very difficult to pick that right one. Now, Grill could be the one. I mean, Grill is BMI recovering now over the whole number. Actually, you know, yeah, Fro's not a bad idea. I mean, the tanker's not a bad idea with energy. I think what I read, and I don't know if this is the only reason why the energy sector is down. I thought Mexico said they weren't going to go along with the deal that was supposed to reduce output. And I don't know if others are falling by the wayside now too. So here's an energy play that is not moving down. This is TGI. Did they eventually agree? Okay, I thought, okay, well, wow, look at Pixie. Unbelievable. So this, it's nonsense, guys. You understand this. I mean, this is, you think they cured everything in the world. Pixie, 95% now, up $5. This used to be, I think, a Bitcoin play or a crypto play back in the day. And halted again, yeah. Blockchain, okay. I just lump it all. Crypto. Well, guys, Bimmy, if you have the AI, all right. Now, remember I was talking about the PLT. This is kind of a pseudo earnings play. I think they released guidance and all that, but depending on what the market was doing, the market is trying to recover a little bit here, but it is starting to drop. If you don't have any AI alerts, Can Trader, then you probably are stuck on Grail. Like there it is. Okay, you should have all. You probably have Grail. You should be download the latest beta. You have all. Well, then reload. I don't know what to say. Obviously, there are two, both from Holly Neal. Yeah, I mentioned this one, CHI. This is one of the few earnings plays, just a little one, and it is halted also. CHCI, sorry. So maybe you have to do a reload, Can Trader, because I have no explanation why you wouldn't have them. Yeah, do a reload. That I don't understand why this happens to some because I loaded my platform at about 7 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock my time, and my goodness. So there's CHCI. I mean, this was an afterthought for me. I looked at this. I did see it, but I thought, it's an afterthought. It's a little earnings play, but look at this. And there's another reason. 1.9 million in the float. Fueling Global, or Fuling, maybe it's a Chinese company. Fuling, I guess, not fueling. So Fuling Global. Look at this one popping here. The Momo up. Yeah, give me one moment, please. All right, I'm keeping an eye on that AI alert, the one that starts with B. It was down this morning, so is it coming back up? Space? I saw it was down. Wow, wow, look at that. Jeez, I mean this was down this morning and now look, wow, a lot of volume too. Just poured in. I mean, it was up. I know there was some news yesterday that was causing this spike up, but I can't remember exactly what it was, but it looked certainly weak this morning. Now look at this, almost at 20 again. No, I don't know if it's going to stall. I mean, 20 is psychological, definitely a psychological number for any stock to pop through. And you look left on the daily yesterday, what did it hit? 2029. So, I mean, it might struggle to get through that high. The high over here is 2112. So that's far enough away. So it's basically yesterday's high might 20, the whole number plus yesterday's high might stall it. Yeah, I see. I think Real mentioned something with TGE. Yeah, possible fade. Yeah, this is interesting because I mean it is an energy play, and for whatever reason it popped. Can't really see the news. Expected to be removed from the Alerian Index series. Okay, whatever that means. That's the news today. Bed Bath and Beyond sinking here, guys. BBBY sinking ahead of earnings this afternoon. Okay, now the market, there's a red bar right now. So there's the opening candle was green, but this is a red bar right now. Sorry, that's the opening candle. I'm sorry, that was the candle just before the market opened. Looked like it was trying to a little mini recovery, but market's opening, and this is a red candle now. So this may not, this little surge here may not sustain itself. So Devil's Island boys, you said you were long, baby. I hope you took some profit, even though the AI is not out of it. Okay, I hope you took some profit. You have to, especially with this market. That if, I don't know where you got in, but I mean that stock hit what 340 from 309. That's a great percentage move. I hope you took some out. Man, nothing stopping CHCI so far. Earnings play, little earnings play, 1.9 million. Okay, TL, there's only a couple of things I can help you with. When you can't see it at all, maybe try to do a refresh, okay? Or there's right beside the gear, you probably, well, if you can't see my screen, but there's a gear icon right beside it. There's a refresh. Try that. The other thing I can suggest is make sure your browser is up to date. If you're using Firefox or Chrome, make sure it is up to date. Okay? Man, oh man, CHCI. I'm quite amazed at this. No, I see it took it too. Sorry. Yeah, that 945, 470. It also took the grill also. This is on auto trading. How to make the charts black? Only two options. Right click and go to properties and dark theme. You check dark theme. That's what I've done here for the SPY. Okay, so right click, properties, dark theme. Man, one of the very, very few earnings plays, and look at it rip here. CHCI. So you see what happened? Grill, it took me out of the trade. In auto trading, it took me out. I had to stop in here. But CHCI, man, absolutely ripping here. So it took this one at 468. Not that many shares. The reason being is that because it was so volatile, the stop was fairly far away. You know, I'm going to go over all this, but if you multiply 132 by the difference between the entry and the stop, you're going to get approximately $100. Because in the simulator, I'm risking approximately $100 per trade. And CHCA just got halted. I did ask for it. They said soon. That's all I can say. They said soon. When I asked to define soon, they said they can't. So let's see what happens here on this halt here. Look at a dill, guys. Another one surging. Surging here. Another low float. Now I have made a change. You don't have to do the same thing, but I basically in the Momo up, I've restricted it to $10 and under. Okay, trying to focus on these cheaper ones that are popping. We saw a lot of them yesterday. Now this is one that I added this morning, grill, to the watch list. Oh, on the way up too. I saw Nero was really dropping this morning quite a bit percentage wise. You see what it did after hours yesterday. Really dropped, drop, 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 and now it is popping. I mean, this was a huge one yesterday. Got all the way up to 621, but it sold off and it got down below the 200-day. So there it is. There's the 200-day moving average. And fork continues. I'm going to really pay a little more attention to this today, guys. These smaller ones, especially they have good volume. How long? Don't know. I can't remember when I haven't been momentum trading. I would just manage the trades, Devil. Okay, manage. You can always exit when you want to. Just hit the flatten, okay, or get out of half. Okay, in the simulator, you're in the simulator, so you can manage it. Look at BBBY. I knew I should have taken that one. Just manage it in the simulator, okay? I mean, just you want to get out at you can get out half your trade. You can flatten, get out if you want, sell. You can after the fact put a target in, but I mean, to me, manage a trade. Just watch it and manage it. Watch how it's trading. You cannot let Bimmy do something like this. Get I don't. If you got in the simulator and you're probably close to 309, it gets up to 340. That's a tremendous percentage increase in a short period of time. I mean, that's on a 5-minute candle. It did this. So okay, Nero. Wow, Nero is open now. Just waiting for CHCI to open. It is not going to 53:42. What time is it? Okay, it should open in 2 seconds. It should open right now. Now, so I just flattened it. Too bad. I mean, this is in the simulator. And down goes the Pixie. $11 down to 760. As we always say in the room, you're not marrying these, okay? You cannot get into one of these and then take off for, even 15, even 5 minutes you cannot take off. You have to be watching these so closely with their low floats if you're, wanting to take trades like that. All right, there it is. See, okay, it's come right back. It's now a new high. Typically stocks that are like moving fast, that are kind of trading on what we call trading on their own, and not caring as much with the whole, like this one. CHCI. Does it care that the market's down 500? No. It's an earnings play, trading completely on its own. It doesn't give a rip about what the rest of the market is doing. It's having kind of its day in the sun on earnings. That's kind of an alpha stock. Now, whether it's in there, I don't know. In the alpha predator channel. Yeah, typically those are the sort of stocks that you're going to find. Yeah, Nero halted again. Okay, one moment, please. Not in the simulator, Cowboy Bet. In real time trading, yes, but not in the simulator. I don't think it's. I know it's an option, but I don't believe that. Wow, CHCI got all the way up to 620. I know it's an option when you take a look, and I know trailing stop is here, but I do not believe it works. In real time trading, yes, but not in the simulator. Well, what is the resistance here? I mean, on CHCI, if you look left on the monthly chart, 660, what did it get to today? 626. And look at the volume that's coming in. Look at the volume on that day. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. ICD though is on the way down, not shortable. Too bad. I mean, this looks. I mean, the low looking left is 789 a couple of days ago. Not shortable though for me at Interactive Brokers. Reggie. Here's a 200-day moving average, 1912. So it's about a dollar away from that, a little over a dollar away from the 200-day moving average. Real is pointing this one out, Reggie. And Euro resumes and kersplat. Now it's on, yeah. Now it's a downside halt. All right. Well, Bimmy for me now is a no-go. Early AI trade. But again, if you see where the AI got out, it basically got out right at the entry, 309. Can't let that happen. That's why I'm constantly saying people who want to auto trade the whole thing, I completely disagree. You got to manage these trades, okay? You cannot let something that goes from 309 up to 341 and just allow it to come right back to 309 and get out. Well, you can't. Look at space. I mean, at the very beginning of the day, it was a big gap down, and it's recovered $2.50, almost to that magic 20. There it is, the magic 20. All right. Well, okay. It is now over a dollar. Not a bad week. Not a bad day, I guess. 10 million shares traded today. Only 8 million in the float, so it's already traded its float, but 1.2 times the float. And 1.25. So let's take a look at this on the weekly chart. Back it out a little bit more. So the next high looking left is way up here. No, not way up there, but it's about $1.37 or so for UAVS. Follow-up purchase orders to manufacture commercial drones for package delivery. That is the news for UAVS. Yeah, that's been the rumor for a long time. Amazon and UAVS. Wow, what a nice recovery for Zoom after their PR nightmare. Great recovery. Look at this at 107, 147 in wow. Great recovery for Zoom. Okay, so what is the market doing? Market is it's kind of basing a little bit. All right, the next on the hit parade, LYTS. LYTS. Fairly low float, 25 million in the float. Big pop here, volume coming in. It's all the volume right there. Really wasn't trading at all. LYTS. Well, if you can believe it, you believe this press release. I'm not saying they're not. I mean they're fraud, but awarded $100 million quick service restaurant program. QSR Customers has awarded company new business valued at more than $100 million through calendar year 2022. Right there, okay? So there's the news for OITS. People are always asking us for news. I mean, that's pretty quick for it to be in here. I mean, that just basically was announced, I think. Yeah, I'm exiting this Tell short. I know it took it. I'm going to exit it. This was on the watch list on the long side. Now listen, it could continue to move down. It's got a lot of room on the downside, but you can see why it was on the watch list on the upside. Had a chance to get up to that 2 level. Or keep an eye on this one, this OYTS, guys. I mean, it got right up to the 200-day moving average. I think it hit it right on the button. Not quite. Got up to 507. The 200-day moving average is 509. If it pops through that 200-day moving average, look out. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert right around there. If it takes that out, we saw this a couple of times yesterday. Stocks had stalled at the 200-day, and then they just absolutely popped right through it. So that's what I'm going to do. Keep an eye on it. You better reload then, Biomat, because there are some exits. Definitely exits. I just don't know what to say. I don't know what to say because there are the exits. Maybe I don't know what to say. When I have the problem, then of course you can try to contact tech support, but I just don't know. Now check. More than likely, CHK more than likely is not shortable for most people. Is CHK shortable for anybody? And if so, who's your broker? The reason being, they did the reverse split. Typically, a stock that does a reverse split is not shortable the next day. At least that's what I found. That's what I have found with IB, Interactive Brokers. So the fact that the AI is trying to short this, again, I'm not saying universally. Okay, so Pam, if you can find the refresh, it should be right beside the gear icon. There's a refresh icon. Try that. If that doesn't work, then make sure your browser, whatever browser you're using, is up to date. Whether it's Chrome or Firefox, okay? Make sure it's up to date. Yeah, and try a reset connection. That's the other thing I should have mentioned. Not for the screen, but if for some reason the AI doesn't seem to be doing what you think it should be doing, just go to account and reset and see if that helps. Okay, then update your browser, okay? I don't know what browser you're using, but maybe you have to update it. Are you at 81 point whatever? That's the latest version. When I updated, that seemed to solve everybody's issue. You know how to check, right? Just go to the About and check to see what you have and check to see if you have an upgrade available. All right, so far this is a no-go. Remember, I'm just waiting. I'm not going to rush to try to get into this one, this LYTS. I'm just waiting on a breakup here. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Yeah, okay. APHA is drifting down now. This is an earnings play, drifting down. I really have a distaste for this whole sector. Just cannot really get going. Cannabis sector, there's the ETF. Yeah, so my guess is that very few, if any, just a second. Did I give advice? Okay. Yeah, here's another one. This MLND. This is really on the long side. Okay, my bias. So I'm gonna get out of it. This is all in the simulator. You know, I typically would not short a stock that cheap. Yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between letting things run. Oh, look at the NNDM. But again, if you're in these ones with very low floats, you have to be so careful. Now, give me a moment, please. YTS is right back up now, but let's see if it can take out that 200-day moving average. If it does it, I mean, it's got room. Just waiting to see if it takes out that 200-day moving average. I missed my entry, and now it's got a little bit spready. Okay, well, I did get some, so I'm going to see, but I got to watch it very carefully. In at 520 for the LYTS. And this might be, if it gets back to 520, I'm out immediately. All right, so I've taken some out at 549 in case it cannot get through that whole number. Okay, I'm all out now. All out now. Very quick, LYTS. Might get back in if it takes out 550, but with that float, actually it's not a super low float, but Now, as I say, I'll just watch now to see if it can take out that high up here. That high up here. Because, I mean, if it does, it still has room. Just a quick question to anybody. Anybody able to short CHK? And if so, what is your brokerage platform? Well, okay. Yeah, I mean, yes. If I asked IB to find, I guess they could, but I'm talking about readily available without having to do a search on your behalf. I mean, there's not a big red dot saying, not shortable, but it's just saying if we can locate, we'll find it. But I never do that because these things move so quickly. So just curious. That's all. Yeah, don't look now, but Pixie is trying to come back. PXY is trying to come back. Now, forget this topping tail for the SPY. Yeah, SPY is now, watch your shorts now, or longs now, but I mean shorts, look at this. And we're down 650 now. All right, AM xylophone. What do we have here? 1069 on the low here. Guys, if this takes 1069 out right there, that's on the weekly. Look out below. So I'm going to stick an alert right around there and see if it takes it out, especially if the market is falling. Yeah, the AI cannot know that they did a reverse split today. I mean, this may not be over, guys. This LYTS may not be over. Through that 200-day moving average, 509. I have an alert set for 550. And I mean, there's the high looking left on the daily chart around 560-ish. There's not a crazy low flow, 25 million. It's still low, but it's not crazy low. So Devil's Island Boys in the YouTube feed, I'm sure if you were doing the simulator, you probably were able to take the CHK, but check your brokerage account to see if you were actually able to short CHK. Okay, because you got to keep it real. I mean, if you couldn't short it for real, then there's no point taking it in the simulator. Make sense? Yeah, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. All I'm talking about, I mean, if you know, for instance, MLND or anything that's showing up in, say, if you want to auto trade your my watch list or something that you create, and it's looking and you get. No, just a minute. I'm getting a feedback here. There we go. You have to make sure that you can actually short it too. Okay, because the simulator doesn't know whether or not you have shorts available in your particular brokerage account. Every brokerage account is going to be different. And again, typically you cannot short stocks that have done a reverse split the day of. No devils out. There's no way to remove it. I mean, you know, the AI does not know that they did a reverse split today. Okay. All I'm saying though is if you took it in the simulator on a short, just check your brokerage account to see if you could have shorted it. If you couldn't short it, just flatten it immediately. So I don't know which ones are going to show up here in my watch list down. You know, I mean, you know, something shows up and I can't short it and it took it, I'll get out immediately. All right, guys, listen, I'm still interested in the BIMI, but it has to probably get up to about 320. You know, up to, where did I say? Well, see, there's where it's stalled. The 332 stalled right there, right at the high of that daily chart. So it struggled to get through that high. No, this has been a disastrous reverse split day for it. 200 to 1. That is that's a massive reverse split. So, excuse me. So that is, you know, yes, that's an 8-cent stock, really. 8-cent stock, guys, before the reverse split that took effect today. Yeah, Dante. Yeah, I'm just reading your question. I see trade. I don't know who that is, but yes, you can just move the stop loss line right on the chart. Move it. You just manually move the stop loss right on the chart. Because if you're auto trading, you're going to see a red line for your stop loss right on the chart. All you have to do is move it up or down, whatever you want. I'm not in one right now, but you see that line there was right there. I could have taken that line, maybe it's hard for you to see, but I could have taken that line and just moved it up and down. I'm not in that trade anymore, so on the simulator, so I can't demonstrate it. It's almost 10:30, so I'll be demonstrating a lot of this. So for instance, again, this is one. So right there is the. Yeah, I think it took me out of the trade immediately. Okay, so I just did a quick glance to see if this was shortable. It is shortable for me, GTX. It is shortable. But again, this, my bias was long on this one. That's why it made the watch list. So you see this, because this is a short, you see, Dante, can you see my screen? You see how I've got, there's the line right there. So remember, this is a short. So there's my stop at 488. If I allowed it to take it out, I'd lose $100 on the trade in the simulator. So I can now take this line and just move anywhere I want. Okay? It happens to be a blue line on the chart because this is a short. All right, guys, it's almost 10:30, so I'll start my little spiel. Talk about the links, talk about the AI, talk about the Brokerage Plus. Maybe another couple of minutes and I'll start. LYTS is still not dead. I mean, look at these bottoming tails here. Again, if you're not understanding the concept of these bottoming tails, a big one on the 15-minute chart. But again, the sellers have been trying 3 bars in a row to keep knocking this down, but the buyers have been moving it higher. And they, at some point, the sellers are going to give up, for a while anyway. And they're going to kind of relinquish control of the trade and say, okay, you're going to have it for a while, you longs. And that looks like that's what's happening right now with the LYTS. All right, everybody, it's now about 10:30. So first of all, if you are brand new to this room today, welcome. Okay, Berta, so I'll tell you, in my channel, I'm only showing these, okay? Try to make it very, very simple. And this is my watch list up and down. Obviously, you can see that. You read this. That's all I'm showing in my channel. Every other like Momo up and Momo down, they sort of a la carte. You can pick and choose what scans you want. So first of all, just let me keep going. And I'll explain how you can get those scans. So first of all, again, if you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, from 9 o'clock to 3 p.m., okay, Eastern time, of course. Sharing my screen, live on the mic, and this is the way it is every day. And if you're not, you don't have to be obviously, if you're in the room and you're not a Trade Idea subscriber, you know that you don't have to be a Trade Idea subscriber to be in the trading room. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans, all right? If you find the scans tab within the trading rooms, click on scans. So Berta, this is what I was talking about. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including the Momo up and Momo down. So in order to see this window, yes, you have to click on my channel, and you can see that all day long. If you wanted to, you could save these 3 windows to the cloud, then bring back your layout, and then reload these 3 windows back from the cloud, and then save them as part of your layout. Now you have to do this once a week. because I make some changes every week to the symbol list. I might make some other changes, maybe to the time when I want to start the trades. Maybe I obviously reserve the right to make changes. So you have to do this once a week. But once you do it, you only have to do it one time. And then you can also then start looking at these other scans. You want the Momo up, want Momo down, you want any other scans that I am sharing. It's a matter, just take a look at them, and you want to add them to your layout, more than welcome to do that. But in the channels, we try to keep things fairly simple. What I'm trying to do in my channel is to really get people to focus just on a few stocks a day. If you're a new trader, you can get overwhelmed by looking at hundreds of different stocks all day long. So I create this watch list so that not just as a new trader, I'm using it also, but just to try to focus people on a few stocks per day. And this watch list, of course, is updated every day. Okay, so that makes sense, Berta. So again, if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, again, you can have all my scans right there. Or you can click on that Room Drive icon. Looks like a half-open folder. Scans that I share, download. It'll go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at all my scans at your leisure. The links that I'm going to talk about, you can download those also to a Word document if you want to. Here are the links that I'm going to talk about right now. I'm going to go over subscriptions and the AI, but I just want to talk a little bit about the training. Training is Monday to Friday at noon to 1 o'clock Eastern Time. That's on our YouTube feed. I moderate the YouTube feed from 9 to noon. Then one of the trainers/traders takes over from 12 to 1. And then I resume the YouTube feed moderation from 1 to 3. YouTube is good if you just want to hear me and see my screen. There are more traders in the trading room, a lot of more interactivity. So if you want to go into the trading room, that's where you should be. If you want a little more activity. Webinars, we have 4 of them a week, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They are all archived. Tonight's webinar, the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas, that's the one that I attend, just help out text-wise. You should have the latest beta, all right? Click on that link right there, the Download TI Pro or Beta. Meanwhile, guys, LYTS, on the move. You click on that beta, on that link, scroll down until you see the beta. Why do you want the beta? The single stock window, if you don't see the similar tab, I'm going to go over what that all means, but if you don't see the similar tab, then you don't have the latest beta. Also, the buy and the short buttons, buy and sell buttons in the chart. So you need the latest beta to see all this, especially the similar, okay? I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. And again, you can subscribe to that. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Next test drive. Big one, guys. Click on that link. One of the most often asked questions is, do you have free trials? And we do not have free trials, but we do this 4 times a year. It's about the closest you're going to get. The next one starts May the 11th, and it's going to run May the 11th to May 22nd. That includes 2 weekends plus 10 trading days. It'll cost you $8.99. So if you fill this out, you'll be notified exactly all of the sign-up details. Approximately, I don't know if they're going to send it out 2 weeks before the test drive starts or a week before, but just fill this out and then you'll be notified exactly how to sign up for the test drive. And this is also open to those of you who have our standard service and want to upgrade for those 2 weeks to our premium service. And say we do this 4 times a year. It's a great way to try our product. $8.99. You'll have access to our full premium service, including simulated trading, paper trading, the AI, everything, okay? It's a great way to try us out. If you click on the subscriptions tab in the trading room, the bottom here, you'll see 4 ebooks. The bottom 3 are swing trading setups. And this top one, earning season, is a take on earning season. Earning season starts next week, really. I mean, we've had some of the banks release. We'll have some of the banks release this week. But next week kind of is where I consider it really starting to kick off with Alcoa, AA. And then we'll be full, after that week, we'll be full swing. I do have by the way, all these ebooks, they're all Trade Ideas ebooks. These are not third parties, and they're all free. I do have a Twitter account, @BBruin. Look at LYTS, guys. Just had to wait for that break. Where am I? Twitter account, @BBruin44. Only stocks, guys. I don't get into any other nonsense, okay? Just stocks. If you want to take out a Trade Ideas subscription right now, click on that link. There is a promo code, Barry4Alpha. Instant 15% savings off the first month or the entire year. You click on that link. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm going to have to do it again. Annoying sometimes. That doesn't want to... All right, so this is how much Trade Ideas will cost you. So the big plan is the premium yearly plan, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and yearly is our AI, which I'm going to go over, and also if you want to auto trade anything, including the AI or your own alert windows that you create, you need our premium service. Now, you do not have to start off with a premium service or an annual plan. Just try us out. Standard monthly. It's not a contract. It's just a month to month. 118 less the 15%, or the premium 228 less the 15%. And remember, the discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you really like us and you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium or from a monthly plan to an annual plan, and you do it within 30 days, we will honor that 15% promo code. Okay? Okay, now I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. First of all, I want to just check to see if any questions. Okay, so Luke, if you click on the link, so click on the subscriptions tab. Okay, Luke. Click on the subscriptions tab, and they're at the bottom here, okay? Just click on these links, and there they are. Okay? But they are free. In other words, you don't have to be a Trade Ideas subscriber. All right, let's talk about the AI a little bit here. So this is what our AI is all about. We have approximately 50, what we call baseline strategies. So the AI waits for the market to close, so waits for the market to close today, so that it has access to the latest market data, and then takes a look at all the strategies. What I mean by that is all the strategies, of course, have a series of filters. The AI strategies have way more filters. It starts looking at the filter values, maybe making changes to the filter values. You know, I have a price range between 10 and 60 here. Maybe it makes a change, runs a back tester. What effect does that have on the profit factor and the win percentage of the strategy? Maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, on and on and on. Obviously, you and I could never do that. Cycling through 50 strategies, the optimization routine, I don't know how long it actually takes, but once it's over, then tomorrow, we will be presented with the strategies that made the cut. Typically, making the cut is a win percentage of at least 60% and a profit factor of at least 2. Now, I say this every day. I don't give a rip about what strategies make the cut. All I care about are what alerts we get from those strategies. So if you're a premium subscriber Just make sure that you click on New from the toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategies Trades window. And then, this window will pop up. If it doesn't say Strategy Trades All, then you're not on the latest beta, because that is now the default. But if that window pops up and it says Strategy Trades Grail, again, you might want to wait. You can wait for the market to close or to download the latest beta. But right now, then just right click on that window and go down to segments and then check all. Then you'll see all of the, there have only been 3 today. And the nice thing, instead of doing this from the channel bar, I mean, you can go to the channel bar and Omni AI, you'll see them there. But why do that? Why not just have that window and then you can incorporate that window as part of your layout? Because I mean, listen, if all you wanted to do is follow the AI all day long and you wanted to do nothing else, fine. But, if you want to cycle through the various windows or you have your own layout, then, you can only have one layout loaded at a time, and everything in a channel is a layout. So why not just incorporate this as part of your layout? No, you can't. The AI, no. You cannot change, you cannot change anything within the AI. Just like I'm saying here, this is not an AI strategy. It's not an AI strategy, but so you're sort of saying, well, can I change the price range? No, these are the filters that are in place, and the AI just cycles through, does the optimization procedure. So you have no control over that. Well, the AI basically, what happens is you get an alert, you get the entry price. It's all real time. You have a stop price. Listen, I don't show this because it's not fair to those who pay for our premium service. If I'm just going to show the AI all day long, okay? That's why I'm not trying to be secretive, but that's why I have it on another monitor. But basically, what happens is, you just wait for the alerts to happen. So when you say, does the AI updates? The AI looks at the entire market. So for instance, imagine if this were an AI alert or an AI strategy. The AI doesn't know that Resi is going to show up today and CHKs, they don't know what symbols are going to show up. Why are these symbols showing up? Because here are the filters I have in place. Price between 10 and 60, the current volume is 2, etc., etc., etc. Excuse me. So if a stock, excuse me, went through puberty here, just a second. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new low, that's why the stock shows up. So the AI ahead of time does not know what stocks are going to show up. So when you say, does it update it all day long? I mean, you just have to wait for the alerts to happen all day long. Does that make sense? Okay. Meanwhile, as I'm talking, I see that the AI took some more shorts here. Not the AI, sorry, not the AI. It's not the AI. This is my watch list, okay? My watch list. So it took some more shorts. Obviously, this core from yesterday had a horrible day yesterday. Bit of a continuation right now. So I'm going to show you how this works, okay? Why is it taking these automatically, okay? Because now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. And everything I'm going to say until I tell you that you need our premium service is part of our standard service. Yeah, I have to tell you, Zoom is a wow. No question about it. I mean, horrible press all the way, from here. And what a recovery. I mean, it's 50% from, $100, just about $100. 50% for a $150 stock. Not bad. All right, so this, what you see right here is the Brokerage Plus window. So again, you have our standard service. To load it, all you have to do is go to our toolbar and click on New Brokerage Plus. And this window will pop up. Two ways to use Brokerage Plus. What I demonstrate all day long is a simulator in action. Notice up here I have it connected. So I've connected to the simulator. The only other way you can connect right now, I know we have E-Trade and Alpaca here, sort of jump the gun on these, but is Interactive Brokers. If you do want to trade your own account, you can do it through Brokerage Plus, but you need an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, it's the only brokerage that it works with right now. So what I'm demonstrating all day long is a simulator in action, paper trading in action, okay? Tremendous way to practice. Excuse me, it's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It's using our real-time data. So in the simplest way to use Brokerage Plus in a manual way, you could click on an alert. See, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want. Pick the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting, you sell. If you're going long, you buy. These are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of your position. Half, obviously, is half your position. You can double your position, or you can reverse. So reverse meaning if you're long, now you want to go. I'm gonna exit all these, okay? Because I'm not paying enough attention. If you are using the simulator, treat it like it's your real money. One of the things I always say is, you see, I have a maximum P&L column. For instance, I shouldn't let $128 turn into only $56 profit, okay? Things like that. You should be paying attention. 146, I mean, that's not terrible, but you should be paying attention. So the max, of course, I'm not saying you should be getting the max. I mean, that's getting out right at the absolute top. But, you got to pay attention. You can't let, like yesterday, not paying attention. I think I had something that was up 150 that turned into a $100 loss. Of course, you cannot allow that to happen. So treat this like it's your money, your real money. Otherwise, it's just not fun and games. I mean, the whole idea of using a simulator is, practice trading. How would you do in the real world? So, as I was saying, to use it in the most manual way, you just click on an alert and then you make the trade down here. Now, we have what we call one-click trading. So let's just say you click on CHCI, you like what you see. You go back to the symbol and you see if I hover over trade, this box will pop up. And I believe that we have some defaults that we have created for you, but you can create your own buying and shorting parameters, all right? Options, and this is what we call one-click trading. So you just pick how you want to trade it. You click on one of them and it'll just automatically trade it. And using your trading strategy. Now here's how you create your trading strategy. Are you sure you're connected? You have to be connected. So you're trying to tell me that you are connected. You have that checked, and when you click on an alert, now do you have the? Are you in positions? You're in the positions tab. You're on the positions tab, and you do not see a symbol. Okay, so the only other thing I can suggest is, are you checking the order buttons and the order entry? See that gear? See that little gear there? So do you have the big buy and sell buttons? So when you see the big buy and sell buttons, and so are you trying to tell me again that when you click on an alert, the symbol is not showing up here? Okay. Do you have a green bar? Make sure that you do have a connection to Trade Ideas. Not a green bar, but a green ball. Well, you've stumped me, because if you're connected and you have checked Trade Ideas Simulator, the only other thing I can suggest is just exit out and reload it. Otherwise, I don't know how to help you. Because I mean, if you have a big buy and sell button and you are guarantee to me that you have checked the simulator and you have a green bar, so I mean a green ball, that means you are connected to Trade Ideas. So let me just continue, okay, to demonstrate this one-click trading and how you can. So these are tabs that you have within Brokerage Plus. Click on New within Brokerage Plus, and here are all the tabs. So one of the tabs is the Strategies tab. You have to have the Strategies tab. And then if you do, right-click, New Trading Strategy. Here's where you can create your trading strategy. So you give it a name, of course. Is it a long? Is it a short? Now, all these tabs here, you can fill in as much detail as you want. And I'm going to show you what I do for the chart trading. See the B button there? The little buy button there? So I'm going to show you what I do. Just a second here. So you notice I have my long and my short strategies here. So you notice I have a buy button right on the chart. So how do I use that? So what I have to do is I have to take one of my long strategies and designate it as the way in which I want to trade if I'm going to use the buy button on the chart. So all you do is you right click and on the strategy that you want to use, and I named this chart long $100 risk. I'm going to show you how, that's just the name of it. I'm going to show you the strategy itself. So I right click and I check default chart long strategy. So that means when I click on the buy button in the chart, it's going to use this trading strategy right there. So what is it? So here's the entry time. I don't have one, all right? If I showed you my watch list up, you would notice that the slider is delayed to 9:45. Now, order details and risk management go hand in hand. And I know I'm getting tired, and I'm going to show you, I'm getting tired of having to tell you about the VWAP stop, but hopefully it'll be added this week. But this is what I suggest you do. Order details based on a stop loss. And you see it says $100 right there. So get used to the idea that when you get into a trade, you should have an idea about, okay, if this trade works against me, how much am I willing to lose on this trade? So in the simulator, I'm saying, okay, I don't want to lose more than $100 if I can help it. Now, I say it like that because sometimes you'll have some slippage and things like that, but I'm wanting to try to limit my loss to about $100. And you're going to see that now by using a stop loss, and I'm using this VWAP stop, hopefully this week you'll have access to it. This is a custom stop. But you can try the smart stop. This is generated by our system. Where are you here? Smart stop in dollars. Okay. Why I'm suggesting all this, and also, okay, in the using this buy button on the chart, I have put a profit target of 50 cents above the entry. I don't put profit targets, all right? But people have asked me, well, what if I want to do it? So I'm just going to demonstrate how you can do it. So this is what target in dollars, 50 cents. That means if I didn't do anything, it'll automatically take me out of the trade if it moves 50 cents above where I got in. And I don't put a hold time. Again, if you want to, you can, but I don't put a hold time. And here's how you can actually swing it, because this is a slider. So you can actually swing using this. But I don't do this. But again, you have the option to do it. So let's see how that works then. Because you'll notice that when I took these trades, notice that the share size was automatically done for me. I didn't have to do anything. Okay, it was automatically calculated for me. So how did that work? So let me take a trade using the buy button. Let's take. Somebody asked about GUR. I see in the trading or the YouTube room about GURE. Yeah, well, I mean, look, if it can get back up here, it's another low float situation. Actually, it's actually an earnings play too. It released earnings after hours yesterday. No big reaction, but it did release earnings after hours yesterday. So okay, IFMK. Let's take this trade. This is just to demonstrate, okay? So I'm going to click on the buy button. I'm going to drop it right there. Now you see it says at 149. I could do this a couple of ways. I could put it higher. So in other words, I only want to take this trade if it takes out the high of the day, or I could put it lower, say on a pullback. Now you see it just took the trade. And it took 526 shares. Why? Here's my stop. Now again, this is why I was saying it's approximately. See, it says 100. It might be hard to see, but if I allowed the stop to take place, I would lose $102. If I take 526 times the difference between these two, $1.50 on the entry and $1.30, it's approximately $100. I mean, it says $102. So that's how that got automatically calculated, because there is a stop based on this VWAP stop, which changes. When I took the trade, it was 20 cents away, but it's going to change all day long. So again, if I multiply 526 times the difference between the entry and the stop, I will get approximately $100. And that's what it says right in the chart. Now, Dante, I don't know if you're still listening, but I mean, if I can, at this point, I can put my stop somewhere else. Let's say I want to put the stop at the bottom of that candle. Okay, so I just adjust my stop right on the chart, and I can do that. I can use this as a trailing stop. Let's say the trade really starts to work well. I can start moving this stop up and up and up right in the chart as like a trailing stop. You see where it says right there? It says $1.99. So that's approximately, again, 50 cents above. Remember I said I had a 50-cent target? So again, if this, let's just say the trade really starts to work and it's moving higher and higher and its pattern still looks great, why would I allow myself to be taken out of the trade with what I call sort of an artificial 50-cent profit? I could also start moving this up. And you see right on the chart, it's telling me, okay, if I did allow it to take it out right there, it's telling me exactly how much I'd make on this trade. Boy, that's a tough one. Okay, I just want to ask a general question. Can everybody see my screen? Well, I mean, I think we're past the pixelization program, our problem. If you can't see my screen, just put it at off topic, okay? I might have to send you to the developer of the screen. Just put it off topic if you cannot see my screen. And if you've updated, I mean, the only thing I can suggest, and you say you've updated to the latest version of Chrome or Firefox. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody else who says they can't see my screen well, so. And you updated Chrome. All right, I hate to ask you to do this, but disable the hardware accelerator. You know how to do that in Chrome, and see if that helps. But when you say you cannot see the entire screen, or is it just the bottom third, like what was happening before? All right, I'll have to keep going, okay? So everything I was saying, everything that I have done so far is part of the standard service. Yeah, so this sounds like something to do on your end, Pam, because if nobody else is saying, and maybe they're just not, it must be something on your end. And I don't know how I can help you. If you've updated, if you got the latest Chrome browser, okay. All right, so let me now hop into how you will need our premium service if you want to do this. Notice how I've been auto trading. I've been auto trading the entries of my alert window. And you can, of course, create your own alert window. If you want to auto trade, then you need our premium service. And how you would do that is, of course, you have to have the strategy loaded, as I explained. You can also load the strategy from the cloud. Okay, so if you have something from the cloud, like an alert window that you created, you would just load it from the cloud, and then it'll appear here. You have to create your strategy. You have to go into the edit the trading strategy. You have to create your strategy, how you want to actually trade it. And then you turn the strategy on. Notice I've got this on. This is just a toggle on and off. So if I right click on the strategy enabled. If I disable it, now it's off. Now enable it, now it's on. So if you did want to auto trade your strategies or my alert windows, then you have to have our premium service. If you want to auto trade the AI, you have to have our premium service. Plus, you have to buy Brokerage Plus. It's a one-time licensing fee for $1,100 minus, right now the discount would be 15%. You can use my promo code. And when I say a one-time licensing fee, basically meaning that if you decide for some reason you want to unsubscribe from Trade Ideas for a while, maybe you want to take a break from trading, you're going on vacation, and then you come back, Brokerage Plus is still waiting there for you, okay? So it's a one-time licensing fee. So let me try to really make it crystal clear. If you do not care about auto trading at all, then our standard service is fine. You have Brokerage Plus, you can practice simulated trading, paper trading. If you don't care about auto trading at all, you have the one-click trading, okay? If you want to auto trade your own alert windows or mine, then you need our premium service. And if you wanted to auto trade the AI, you need our premium service, plus you have to buy Brokerage Plus, the one-time licensing fee, okay? And now it's 11 o'clock. So I guess my whole spiel takes about half an hour. So of course you can ask me questions all day long. Did Zoom show up? I'm sure it would have. It's not in mine because I don't have that price range, okay? But I'm guaranteed that if you had my Momo up, more than likely it would have showed up on my Momo up. I just don't trade that price range, so that's why it's not showing up. No, Juma. Whether Huma or Juma in the trading room? No. Or in the YouTube room? No. The similar tab is available for standard subscribers, all right? If you don't have this, and I'm going to go over that right now, by the way, the similar tab. If you don't have the similar tab, you just have to download the latest beta, okay? I'll pop that into the YouTube room. Give me a second here. I'll give you the link. Okay, just a moment, please. All right. So, yeah, you need the latest beta, okay? So make sure if you don't have that similar tab, which I'm going to go over right now, make sure you download the latest beta. You can click on subscriptions and right there where it says download TI Pro or beta in the subscriptions, just click on the subscriptions tab within the trading room and download TI Pro or beta. So when you click on that link, you scroll down a little bit to find the beta. Now, let me just go over a couple of things here. I want to ask. Okay. Now, I thought that we had this already set, but maybe not. The similar tab works like this, and you notice I've got two. I have them over here too. So what I do is I have my single stock window that I'm looking at all the time. Great bunch of knowledge at a glance that you can get. These are all tabs that I'm or filters that I'm using, but you can of course configure and columns. Here are all the different filters that you can use. Okay, this is just the ones that I'm using. That's why you see these here. The similar tab. So what I do is this. I click on similar and then I duplicate this window twice. Right click, duplicate. And I duplicate this window twice. So what happens is now when I click on an alert, CHCI, what this is doing, and let me make sure, is that right? Just give me a second here. I guess, well, okay, so just give me a second here. I don't know why this is not showing up right at the top here. Well, what's supposed to happen is I'm supposed to see CHCI right at the top here. Just give me a second here. I don't know why this is not showing CHCI right at the top. They might have a little, I'm under development version, so there might be a little bug going on here. Let me just see if I've got this sorted. Yeah, there's something going on here because we should see CHCI. Okay, well, let me get to another one, okay? Okay, so I have to figure out why CHCI is not showing up at the top here. But basically what happens is this. If I click on an alert, now this is telling me, okay, there's the APDN. This is showing other stocks in the same sector, biological products, except diagnostic, etc. Okay, this is showing me other stocks in the same sector. So how well is APDN doing compared to other stocks, or is something lagging APDN? There's mRNA. You know, it's not bad. Obviously, not bad at all. But this is showing me stocks in the same sector. Okay, that's why it's called the similar tab. Now, one of the things that I've asked for is probably okay right now is I want a minimum volume of 100,000 shares. You see, it's still not taking effect because, you know, I don't want to see, I mean, sometimes you see only stocks that are, you know, only 10,000 shares. So, you know, I want 100,000 minimum, okay? You know, there's 10,000. I mean, do we care about CWR? No, 10,000 shares. So, but this will only get better, guys. This similar tab is only going to get better. Now, I'm looking at the price action also. What price action is telling me is the stocks that are not in the same sector, but have similar price action. Doesn't matter what sector it's in. Okay, so there's GTX, similar price action to GTX. Again, well, this is okay. The minimum volume is there. So this tab is going to get a lot better as we can add more and more filters. I just don't know why the CHCI is not showing up here. Because what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close, and I want to see the ones that are up the most. But it's only showing me this. I mean, in theory, yeah, this is not showing me the ones that are up the most. Obviously, CHCI should be up there. It's in this sector. But anyway, that is how the similar tab works. And so at a glance, you can just sort of see, okay, here's a stock that I'm following. What are the rest of the stocks in that sector doing? Now, here's the other cool thing you can do. Let's say you wanted to follow a sector all day long. You know, it could be a different sector every day. It could be, you know, here's a hot sector for today. All you have to do then is pop it out. Take that window and click pop out, and here it is. So now I could follow this sector all day long. I could add a bunch of filters. You know, I could put a minimum, you know, I could put the price range that I want. You know, I could put the price range I want to follow. I could put the minimum volume I want. I could put relative volume. You know, I could add as many filters as I want to really zero in on the sector. And if I wanted to call that all day long, that's what you could do. All right, guys, so I am now, wow, look at Grill. I mean, that was nothing from right almost from the beginning. Ah, okay, so that was you in the YouTube room. Okay, so all you have to do, well, actually, I did click the link, or I put the link in there in the YouTube room, but that's okay. So if you click on the subscriptions tab, okay, find the within the trading room, and right there, download TI Pro or Beta. Can you see that? I'm hovering over it with a big hand. Okay, just click on that. Okay, just tell me if you found that, okay? Otherwise, I just popped it in underneath your post. It's right there too. Okay, guys. So again, you know, a lot of these were taken while I was explaining stuff. And most of these made the watch list because, you know, they were, my bias was long on them. But with the market, in fact, the market is just kind of resting now. Trying to figure out a direction. All right, 11:14. So again, guys, I mean, you know, the CHK, the AI alert, I just don't know how many people could have actually taken it because it is a reverse split today. But if you were able to take it, if your brokerage had shorts available, then, you know, obviously a tremendous alert. But I just don't know how many people could have actually taken this one because they did a reverse split today. And most of the time, brokerages do not have shares available to short on the day of the reverse split. All right, CATM just showing up here on the short side. Yeah, see the price action And these are the things that I want to be able to add. This is more for longer term trades because you see one of the filters we've got is the position in the ear. And so I believe that what they're trying to do is set up longer term trades, more swing trading setups, okay? But we don't have, I mean, I think that's, what I would like, I'd like to have my choice. If I want to just take something intraday. But I'm noticing right here, that's one of the filters they've got. So I just think it has to be a lot. We'd have to add more filters. We have to make it more customizable, and all this will happen down the road. I love it though. I mean, I really because those of you who are familiar with our stocks like this, we have that feature. I don't even know if we still have it, but stocks like this, and what it would do is you could click on a symbol, and then it would show you all the filters and the values of the filters when a stock was hitting a certain price or was doing something. Here are all the filters that were in place. I think this will be a great stocks like this replacement. So if I want to find stocks that are doing the same kind of thing as Domo, I should be able to click on that and okay, so is this doing the same thing? Maybe. See what I'm saying? Make it tighter, more intraday. Wolfhound, that's not what I do. I mean, I'm sure maybe you can, maybe ahead of time. All I do is, I mean, underneath the order entry, it tells me immediately if it's shortable. I mean, there's either a big green dot that is shortable, or if it's faded, it means, well, we might find some for you, in which case I just disregard it. Or it could be a big red dot saying no shorts available at all. So I don't really, I don't check ahead of time to see, what things are shortable. Larger. That's a pretty big, I mean, I can do it, but I've got it pretty large. I guess, here, the problem is, of course, is that everybody's screen resolution, we've got all sorts of different configurations out there. I'm sure for some, this is a big, like a very large pointer. Yeah, I mean, it's a 2K. I mean, I'm not using a 4K monitor, so that can be the problem. I mean, I suppose I could make it larger, but then it might. Yeah, I mean that's the problem. I mean, everybody's using this or watching me on, some are watching me on iPhones. Just a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, the one I really probably should have hopped in a little earlier was the Bed Bath and Beyond. Has earnings after hours today. Lots of room underneath for BBBY. Yeah, a little pullback for BGS. I know you guys were talking about BGS. probably coming into some resistance though, right around that 1870 mark on that weekly chart. Pretty choppy on that weekly chart. So what's happened here? Remember, if you were in the room when I was talking about the pre-market, I was wondering if I would get anything in my watch list down. Now these are triggering, but what's happening is, they were all long bias because, I mean, look at the daily chart for HESM yesterday. Long bias because I'm looking at this. This is why it made it because, okay, if it kept going, it could start filling that void up to here. I mean, that's a huge void. I mean, there's a 200-day way up there. But it is taken out the low of yesterday. And so that's why it is triggering. But my bias was certainly long. Yeah, thou shalt not short Best Buy, okay? But you're right, it is moving down too. My favorite store in the world. Yeah, no, and you're watching on the YouTube feed. I'm just somebody saying my smaller figures are blurry on my side. So you're actually watching on the YouTube feed. So no, you can't share charts. No, because this is a free room. I don't think you understand why. I mean, I have to have total control about who can. I mean, if I allowed people to do that, you never know what is going to happen, and I hope you understand what I'm talking about. Crazy people are going to post stuff that just shouldn't be posted. So, because it's a free room. Well, I follow my watch list all day long. It's not a preferred, well, I guess I call it my preferred strategy. And I'll watch the Momos. That's it. And of course, so there are, I guess, four things. I mean, I'm watching the AI all the time. I don't take the AI alerts right when they happen. But for me, it's a good watch list all day long. My watch list. And then this is the only other ones that I'm really watching. Generating the ideas. But also, I'm a momentum trader, okay? So everything I'm seeing is typically making a new high or a new low for the day. That may not be how you want to trade. A lot of people don't like that. They want to play pullbacks, which is, fine. If you can play pullbacks to success, great. It's just not... look at Oxy, guys. Sorry to break in here. Look at Oxy. Maybe trying to make a little move off here. Well, okay, listen, I mean, if a stock, imagine Oxy, if it were making a new high out of that pattern right there, a little consolidation pop, that's something I definitely look at. I'm not chasing, just because something makes a new high, I'm not chasing something up and up and up and up. So when it makes a new high, I'm also looking, okay, did it make a new high from a little bit of consolidation? Is it over a whole number? I have a big proponent of watching stocks that take out whole numbers. But again, that's just my style. This is not a recommendation to follow how I trade like that. Yeah, we're starting to get more earnings plays. I'm just noticing in my earnings plays, and you can have this. This is definitely starting to fill up a little bit more. My earnings scans, I have this on another monitor. If you click on the scans, And this will definitely be way more interesting the next, certainly starting next week and the weeks after. Where are you? Where are you? Earnings up, earnings down. Okay, a couple of scans. Next week, Alcoa releases. It's kind of the start. I always consider that kind of the start of earnings season, April 22nd. And then after that, we'll have 800, 1,000, 1,500 companies releasing every week for several weeks. SS is short sell and WW is worth watching, Lawrence. All right, just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. Just watching these guys here. Again, the PVAC was something that was on the long side. I mean, look. I mean, had the market been ripping this morning, look at most of these energy stocks are down, but you can just sort of see why this made the watch list. Hopefully, you can understand why these stocks are on the watch list. I mean, had a great day yesterday, but look left and look how much more it could have gone. Both on that daily and the weekly and the monthly chart, lots and lots of room had the market been positive and the sector had been positive. I had no idea that the sector would not be positive today and the market would be down. So when I'm constructing the watch list for I'm doing this after hours, and this looks absolutely beautiful to me. But it's so consequently it's going to be, to me, it's going to be choppy. The same thing with the TLSA. I mean, I had this on here because if it could ever have taken out this area, look left and look at the room it had. So I think what I'm just going to get out of these. This is in the simulator. And this one, of course, was just the test. Was showing you how you can use the buy button. Okay, guys, give me about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, the SPY is starting to put a little bit of a move. So all these little short plays, which were again long biased, might start to reverse. Look at the Oxy, guys, OXY. His works, oh yeah, you guys were talking about that. Wow, talk about a halt down. I was expecting it to be up. Somebody said they were going to be, the CEO was talking, or CEO fraud charges. Okay. What was I saying all day yesterday about works? No, I wasn't saying it was fraud, but I found it very, very difficult to understand why a stock that basically came out with a press release on that day with a $1 billion order in the press release over 2 years. And yeah, it had the pop. It's got such a low float. That had people really believed it, and it's really true. That stock should have kept moving higher and higher and higher. Yeah, so it was a very misleading press release then. You know, they said something about $45 million a week for 2 years, or $35 million a week for 2 years, or a month. I guess a month, sorry. So you just do the math. Yeah, so I mean, that was the press release. 2 million units a week for 20, well, 20, I saw 24 weeks, but anyway, 35 million, you multiply that out, and that got $1 billion. For a stock this small, there just doesn't seem to be any way that it wouldn't keep going. All right, guys. So yeah, I've only had the one trade, the Lyft trade, LY, not Lyft, sorry, LYTS trade. That's the only trade I've done. Kind of a very quick one, 520, sold 549, 537. Time is it? 11:34. So I'll be taking my break in about 20 minutes. Handing over the YouTube feed to one of the other trainers. I always say trainers slash traders because everybody who, the trainers at Trade Ideas, we're all traders. Traders. All right, so I saw this one got halted also. Wow, CYCC got halted on the way up. It is got halted several times. 1120, 1127, and it's halted again now on the way down. CYCC. Don't know if you guys were talking about it. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of all these. Okay, I'm just going to. So I want to show you what should happen. Okay, I just want to get rid of all these. Just give me a second here. All right. Yeah. So you should just have to click on a symbol. So you click on Domo as an example. It should show up. And then if then you figure out what do you want to do. You want to short it. You want to buy it. You pick how many shares you want. I mean, this is pick how many shares you want. Pick the price you want to go in at. So again, I know you asked this before. If you have the big buy and sell buttons, you see them, and if you're clicking on an alert and you do not see the symbol, I have no idea why that's happening. Assuming, even if you don't have it connected, even if you don't have it connected, it should show up. You can only trade it if you are connected, but even if you don't have it connected, the symbol should show up. Well, it does show up if you click it. So I'm not understanding. You can't get rid of old trades. Well, I mean, you can flatten out. I have I'm able to do it because I'm on a development program, okay? But when you say, I thought it just showed up if you click it, yes, it just shows up if you click it. It's not going to do anything until you tell it to buy or sell. When you say just showed up, you mean in your positions? Hey, Cheese Hunter. Ooh. On your sell. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, Kivo, I mean, not this, like Brokerage Plus does not know whether you want to buy or sell it. You want to short it or do you want to buy it? So, that's why it's giving you the option. So it's not assuming that because you click on a symbol that you want to buy it. Okay, you're not a bozo. You know, that's why they have it. You're either going to short it or you're going to buy it. You're not a bozo. Yeah, no, I haven't. Well, no, what happened is, but on the automated trading, it takes the automatic entries. It takes the trade. Okay, based on you know if it's a long, if it shows up here, it's going to go long. If it shows up here, it's going to go short. That's why, yeah, that's auto entry. Okay, but manually, like I'm saying how you can use it manually, then you make the determination yourself. There's no real trading strategy. Yeah, as far as alert tests on my cell when Holly initiates, you're talking about yeah, it doesn't work very well. You're talking about an alert right to your phone, Cheese Hunter. I think the answer is no. Okay, sorry. The answer is no. I know we have SMS, but I think it's really delayed. All right, guys, I'm just kind of, yeah, you can link it. You can link it, GenoCal. So that's a good point because I talk about Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers. All right. So if you want to trade your own account using Brokerage Plus, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account. However, it's not necessary to have Brokerage Plus trade your account. So we have a linking tool. All the linking tool does is this. If you click on Tools, External Linking, you can establish a link with your broker. And I can't tell you how to link with Fidelity or with Ameritrade. I know it can be done. And if you want the exact instructions, I'm going to send you somewhere. Okay. So what happens is the linking means that, okay, if I click on a symbol, it'll show up in your order entry. It's nothing to do with auto trading. It's not going to trade it. It just saves you the step of having to, type a symbol in all the time. So in order to do that, let me just, I'm going to get you the homepage link. And I know Bill is there. Okay, so if you go to the home page and click on that link, this is for you, GenoCal. If you go to the home page, click on the link and start a live discussion, and somebody will give you the exact instructions, I think, for Fidelity TDA. Okay. I mean, a lot of times it's just a matter of going to the order entry. You see how here are the instructions here. You click on Tool, External Linking, and then you just, add a link, okay? You follow these instructions here. Most of the time, that's all you have to do, but some programs, it's a little more finicky. You have to understand that those programs, those brokers, they don't know who we are. They don't care if we can link with them or not, okay? So, and if they change, so sometimes linking that works well for months, all of a sudden they make a change to their program and all of a sudden we can't link anymore. We have to figure out a way to tell people, well, here's how you do it. Okay, just a minute. I have a very hungry, just a second. Or you can click on that homepage link and just start the live chat. I know Bill is there, and he probably answer you almost immediately. I mean, you can do one. Yeah, you can do that also. And it's a script that he'll just give to you and say, okay, here's what you do for Fidelity. Here's what you do for TD Ameritrade. Second here, just. See, Schwab is an earnings play also. Dave and Buster's play has had a pretty nice bounce. Play. You know what? So much for that little green candle there. Remember on the SPY, it looked like maybe we're going to start to rally a little bit. Turned into a red candle. So we're still just kind of, you're just kind of hanging around here. What I'm going to do on that 5-minute chart, I'm going to stick an alert at the top and at the bottom, see if we break out one way or the other. No, I had some monitor action going on. No, you did not hear me correctly. The only thing Brokerage Plus works with is Interactive Brokers. The only brokerage firm that Brokerage Plus works with is Interactive Brokers, okay? You know, but listen, before we had Brokerage Plus, we had this external linking tool. The external linking tool is just it's a time saver. You know, instead of when you click on an alert, so before we had Brokerage Plus, we link with many brokerage platforms. So, you know, instead of having to type in all day long into your order entry, you click on an alert and it'll automatically show up in your order entry. Nothing to do with trading. It's just a time saver. Look at XBio. XBio on the move here. Another little one, 5.5 million in the float. Yeah, okay, so you're talking about when you click on an alert. So it's giving you a smart stop, and it's giving you a it is just looking okay. The smart stop is based. It's a volatility thing. It's based on the high and the low, and then and the volatility of the stock. So it generates a smart stop. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. So, and then the target is just double the smart stop. It's nothing scientific. Okay. And I guess what happens is, I didn't even realize this. So what happens, look at BIMI now. So that's a dead trade. So that's all it is. Okay. So the smart stop is generated by the system. This target is just double the smart stop. In other words, like getting a 1 for 2. It's just a guide. You can look at it, but I mean, I don't even pay attention to it, to be honest. Wow. Yeah. Look at this. Love to see the actual news on it. I know you're saying to go to fraud research. I'd like to see when it actually shows up as news here. that was, it's not shortable for me. All right, guys. So reverse split, TBLT, 1 for 20 reverse split. So it is just turning a little bit positive here. There's the high in the pre-market, super risky. So that 20 million. So actually now it's a 1 for 10 reverse split. So there are about 2.5 million in the float right now. You know, that's the old float information, 25 million in the float. So they've done a reverse split. So divide that by 10 is about 2.5 million in the float. Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you for that. And so at 11:55 on my computer clock, I will start the countdown, okay? If you're listening to me. Yeah, I'll disagree a little bit on you. I mean, they take a position, but they're upfront about it. I mean, whether you think Street Sweeper or Citron or any of those, notorious short sellers, I mean, they make no bones of it. They take a position. They're not always right. Yeah, and can they influence? I think they can influence, certainly maybe for a while the day of, but I've seen many, many, many times where they've been very wrong. I think Shopify is one good example. I don't know who it was, but they were all over Shopify. Well, I can't remember when. I think even before here, before maybe in 2016. Well, it's the different time frames. I'm looking at on the same stock. I'm wanting to see the 5 and the 15, and then I'm always looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly chart because I'm a momentum trader. I'm always wanting to see okay. If I want to take a trade, I have to see how's it trading from the 5 and 15. I'm not chasing a stock. I want to see the sort of the pattern, and because anything I see is either at a low of the day or a high of the day, then I want to look at this daily, weekly, monthly to see, where is the next area of resistance if I'm going long something? Does it have a lot of room? Like the PVAC as an example, okay? Now, let's just say for argument's sake, it was actually making a new high instead of this candle there. So if it was making a new high, then I'd be looking left and saying, wow, look at all the room it's got. So I don't have to worry about daily or weekly or monthly resistance. So that's why I have these charts always. These are my absolute go-to charts. Look at play, guys. What a nice bounce. Oh, I keep typing it in wrong. Okay, Michael, if you can hear me, I'll start the countdown pretty soon here, if you can hear me. It is now 11:55 on my clock, so I'm going to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I just
fire breathers. We were the quiet sunrise leavers. You were a good girl. What could I do? I was a lost boy when I met you. Hold me till I'm not lonely anymore. It's only the crashing of the ocean to the shore. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. dark, there were no strangers, there were no strangers at all. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy. There were no strangers. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost. There were no strangers. In the dark, there were no strangers, there were no strangers at all. I was a lost boy. In the dark, there were no strangers, there were no strangers at all. I was a lost boy. In the dark, there were no strangers, there were no strangers at all. I was a lost boy. In the dark, there were no strangers, there were no strangers at all.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is surviving these markets, which are much calmer than I think the last time we spoke, and just everything going on in the world okay. Just one moment. I just got a little alert for a potential swing trade if we just want to start talking stocks from an optimated list here on WVE, but I'm probably going to wait to see if it breaks these highs. So I'll just set a price alert here on my other screen of 822. 1 second. So again, everyone let me know. You can hear me, you can see me. I've got chat open. Give a thumbs up on the live stream. It helps a ton with the algorithm. That is correct. Thank you for that. We should really do that kind of stuff more, plugging subscribe, right? If you hit the bell next to the subscription, it sends you a push notification and says, hey, Trade Ideas is live, or we've uploaded a video. The thumbs up button definitely helps the algo. We're growing all the time. I don't know if anyone else has been paying attention as close as I have, because this is kind of my pet child experiment, going from just the trading room to the trading room plus the live stream. And so then I very much like to see when it grows. So just finishing setting this price alert for WVE here. And let's do that at 8:05. Getting a little over the whole number there. Where are you located? Your ping is at 55 milliseconds. I am almost as far from the Trade Ideas servers as possible. I'm east coast of Canada. So basically as far east as you can get within Canada before falling off. For most of my trading, I host it on servers. So I have a bunch of automated bots. Again, if you guys don't know who I am, because I'm not as much in the public eye as most, I'm basically taking over for Andy while he finishes his move and gets internet that's good enough to support live streaming. Name's Michael, Bonparas by all the tags. Essentially what I do is build a lot of the algorithms that you see within Holly. I kind of responsible for helping support the Brokerage Plus and the Backtester. I'm an automatic kind of algorithmic trader by nature. So if you have any questions about algorithmic trading, backtesting, Brokerage Plus, Holly, I would be your guy for that. But yeah, I'm East Coast Canada. So yeah, but anything that I do that I need any kind of speed for, even though we're not really an HFT firm and we're not planning on being, I spin up a virtual server in the West Coast in California, where Trade ID's server farm is located, and I can get up to 15 milliseconds there. But you're talking the difference between tenths of a second and hundredths of a second, which, again, unless you're HFT trading, which we don't really do in Trade Ideas, it really is no different. And let me tell you, if you're trying to HFT trade, I think you've picked the wrong era to be alive. You're not going to beat Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley and MIT and all these really high-end computer guys and servers. For me, I'm mostly long-term swing trading and day trading. And a day trade for me will be, well, you can see this is a simulated account. This is where I test new algorithms before I trade them or make them to Holly. There's nothing in here currently. There's nothing that I trade currently that's less than like a 2-hour hold. So my Back to Basics 2 series is good. Well, thank you for that. There's a lot of good reception for people who are watching, but sadly not as many are watching as I would like. So what I'm going to do here is a little shameless plug while I have the mic. I always come in here and just plug away. But if don't know what we're speaking of, I am taking my fiance Jessica, who is off work currently because of the pandemic. Was in healthcare, in dental hygiene, and I'm teaching her how to trade. So from the ground up, right? Lesson 1 is what is a stock, and we're doing 2 a week, and we'll see how far we get before she goes back to work. But we're setting her up on the sim this week. I'm actually about to record with her when this is done. That will be really cool. What are we talking about? This CHCI. Never heard of this one. Ugh. Yeah. I see what you're looking at there. You're talking at 309, so you're just kind of looking for a break of the open. Could be critical. I've seen many times in my life, though, a opening range break as just a bear trap. But if you're a new trader, please don't trade this. You're talking massive percentage moves every 15 minutes. If you're a new trader, try to stick with something a little more chill. Or trade that with 10 shares. I guess it's all about position size. I don't know if anyone else is paying attention, but Apple just released a new iPhone, and the street doesn't seem too happy. So I've got a little bit of this short right now for a swing, and I'm going to watch the rest to see if we break under VWAP here and initiate a swing. And basically what I'm looking at, too, from a longer-term chart is, with a lot of things in the market, you're probably better to look on the weekly chart. So we've just had this massive rally off of the low, in this area. And then yesterday, if we look, we have this gap up and this very strong looking candle. I like it when, strong looking candles get reversed the next day, or weak looking candles get reversed the next day. Just kind of showing that, you got to, if you were to buy this yesterday and you're looking for a swing, you're probably going to put your stop in this area. So I think this is why I'm looking to short this thing a little bit more if it breaks down, and then away we go. I'm a lucky guy. I am, and I know that. She's actually really liking it. I think she shied away from being interested in trading for a while because I am an algorithmic formula-driven trader. And she thought that trading was all math. Now that she's seeing that it's very visual, there's a lot of visual and a lot of psychology going on. I think that's speaking a little bit louder to her. And again, sorry, I didn't even introduce. What we do here is we give Barry a little lunch break. We think he deserves it. And we answer any and all questions about trading, about trade ideas. You can ask about myself. You can, anything too personal, I just won't answer. But we like to, unlike a lot of software providers, we want to make sure that if you guys have questions, that there's a place that you can come. And this hour is for you guys to come every day and ask everything that you can. We understand that to build a powerful software, you also have to make a complicated software, right? So our software is very powerful, but it's also very complicated. So we understand that the training can take a while. So we have, a Trade Ideas University lessons that you can watch at any time that teach you all about it. We've got, the live chat room, many different ways, but then we also like to come on and you'll get a different trader pretty much every day focused on different things, right? Sean's more of a longer term guy and an options guy. I'm do everything based off back testing and algorithm statistics. And, Steve is swing scalping, so in for a couple days and back out. And it's kind of cool to see that everyone's got their own style here. And it's kind of really cool, I think, that Trade Ideas has basically hired a bunch of traders. Start with the traders first, to have it built for what the people in the company that are traders like. And then, build it from there. So one question, is there any plans to make custom formulas created by Trade Ideas team available? You can, whatever we can look at that now if you'd like. Just tell me what your written trading plan needs as a custom formula, whatever you've written and tested. And I'll tell you if Trade Ideas, if the formula editor can do it. And then I can kind of show you how, but we like to teach our clients to do things as opposed to charging them to do it for them. It's, teach a man a fish type of thing. You'll be happy you did. As someone like me, who's not a programmer, getting into the custom formulas and that kind of stuff was a bit difficult, but I got there. I still have a lot to learn, but that's the journey. In backtesting, I can't get enable stop loss to trigger no matter what price I set it at. It closes the position at the end of the day. I have it set to dollars. Well, it's going to trigger based off of if it got there. Maybe your particular backtest didn't have anything trigger. If you want to share the cloud link, and you just do that by right-clicking and click Save and Share to Cloud. I don't think you'll be able to put it in the chat, but if you send it to info@trade-ideas.com, send the cloud link and just say for live stream or something, I'll take a look at it. If it comes in time, and if it doesn't, because there's a bunch of spam filters. If it doesn't, then I'll just reply to you later, but I show you here in the odds maker. Yeah, that doesn't look very good at all. So in the odds maker here, let's take a look at some random strategies that looked like they got stopped out here. Here's Disney. No, that didn't get stopped out. Yeah, this one would have. So if you go back, you see how I opened up. Sorry, I did that quickly. I ran a back test. I double clicked on this. Right, it brought up all the trades that happened that day, and then I went through, and it looked like this algorithm would have shorted ES, and you can see it's kind of faint, but you can see a blue line here. Let me actually grab my pen. There it is. So this blue line right here is where your entry price is, and this red line right here is where the stop loss is. So it says that it triggered short here and then just came up and stopped out pretty quickly after. So that's a stop out right there. So it's definitely doing it. It just may be that you built an algorithm that for that back test period didn't get any stop out. Same here on ice. You can see that it triggered out here. It triggered in here short, and then it came and then stopped out here. But, I've got some of these algorithms that are working. This one might be a good one too. Never noticed that. I really like, so one thing I do a lot as the back tester guy, as everything I do, I don't look for trades. Like you'll notice my setup has no scans on it. I don't look for trades intraday. I either run automated strategies or I do all of my scanning at night and I build symbol lists with those. And with those symbol lists, I point those to automated strategies and say, hey, enter this if this happens or exit this if this happens. I don't really look for strategies myself. And if I go into this one and I show odds maker results, that's a better looking one. And then, you can go through and you can say, okay, this one here stopped out PNC. So it looked like it bought it here and then it stopped out right below there. If I look at this one for TVIX, right, it bought it here. That was the stop, but it didn't get out, and then it would have exited kind of somewhere in this area. So I hope that helps, but... all right, greetings from Texas. Yeah, all over the wild world. We got some people within Trade Ideas that are in Texas as well. And I would like to get some help with the new low alert. I'm not sure what quality means. X, for example, reported quality of 8 days for the new low. That would mean, if you take a look at X, it's a new low, should be a new low of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 days. Looks like it may be 1 day off. Maybe it's including this in the calculation. But so what the quality filter is basically anything that describes the normal filter, right? So, for a new low, for example, quality would be how many new lows is it, right? So for a, say a support break, the quality filter would be how long has that support existed. Really not too much I would focus too hard on, but it's giving you additional information. Again, more for algorithm development if you need that. And I think the best way to look at it is, so say you have an alert window, and let's just go in, look at the new alerts. This box right here will be kind of what it says for quality. It was lower 6 days. I think the difference, Alex, between what it's saying for 8 days and this being the 7th day is probably the holiday. The holiday is probably giving it a bit of a gripe. It's probably thinking that it didn't move that day, but there's still data out there where it should just ignore it entirely. But I would be willing to bet that's the difference. It's just the holiday. But so yeah, anything that you put in here. So for example, if we just search and let's just grab a bunch of alerts and then add them, right? So this column that you would see here is what the quality will show you, right? So if you want a new bid or a new ask, you can go from here. So it's just a way to narrow down on any alert a little bit further. This 75% pullback, right? This would be the alert, and then this would show you more or less the quality. So 0 days would probably, I'm not too familiar. I haven't studied that deeply, but I'd imagine it would either 0 or 1 would be today. When you're auto trading, what's your go-to stop filter in risk management, long and short? Depends on the strategy, right? If it's for example a fade strategy, so if I was buying stock that was selling, so let's grab something that's just hitting new lows. Obviously FFS here, right? Obviously if I was buying this, I couldn't use above low as a filter. I may use some percentage of ATR, or some percentage of today's range, or some percentage of an average move that it makes. I don't like using just a dollar amount or percentage amount because that's not really flexible. 10% on a $1 stock is only 10 cents. 10% on $1,000 stock, you can see that the value of the stock and how much it moves. Like imagine if you used, what was that one that guy was talking about, that real crazy CHCI. Imagine if you used a percent-based stop here, and look, it's doing what I talked about, where it kind of gave you that new low just to fade people, and now it's bouncing. But yeah, imagine using a dollar-based stop on this and saying, oh, $3 stops, I should use 25 cents. Well, there's no way you would get away with a 25-cent stop on this regardless of what you did. So it's like, unless you're scalping 1 minute. So I like to do something that's customizable to the setup. I hope that makes sense. So again, percentage of ATR, percentage of today's range, distance from VWAP, distance from the low or the high, right? Something that adapts based off whatever you're looking at. Does Trade Idea throw away their historical data past 61 days, or they put it in cold storage? No, we keep the data. We have the data. The thing is that right now the system is kind of designed from the ground up for short-term swing traders and day traders. So it's really focusing on that 61 days. But when it comes to Holly, Holly uses a bunch of different things that isn't available in the normal product, and out of sample data and walk forward data, right? It runs a strategy through a couple Monte Carlo simulations to make sure that it's very unlikely that regardless of the order of the trades that you got it in, that you would be receiving a loss, things like that. But we keep the data, and we are working on a system that will allow people to go back further. It's very, very early alpha phases though, so I wouldn't I wouldn't rely on that being there. But everything that we're doing in the back end, we're pushing to Holly, right? So eventually Holly will have a lot more tools that I can use. Some of them that are going to be out soon, which will drastically improve the risk management within Holly. And let's go take a look at Holly today. I'm super pumped for that. Holly's getting a facelift is my kind of next project. So if you guys don't see me for a while, it's hopefully not because Trade Ideas got sick of me and kicked me out, but more that they've locked me in a closet somewhere and told me to really get to work on Holly. And I'm excited to do it. Some really cool advanced statistical tools. Can you share your favorite gap down scanner playing a bounce to the upside? I have. Doesn't really need to be a big gap, but maybe you'll like this one. It didn't do. Let's see what the back test is running before I give it to you. But essentially the synopsis behind this, let's grab the alert window here. This is something I'm testing, so I don't think there's any customs, so I think I can share it. If not, I'll just take out the customs. It essentially looks for stocks like, oh man, it's all the way back that far since it's traded. Time frame 15 minutes. Let's actually just pin this for a second and let's go back to my layout. I'm on my MacBook. GIS. So yeah, it would have bought through here. So essentially what this one's doing, let me find some other ones here. Actually, let me just look at the base strategy. Hold on one moment. I've got multiple screens with multiple versions of trade ideas running at any given time. It's almost as cluttered as my head. Again, this one, what you're seeing now is for testing and save and share, copy. It's for testing and for demonstration. It's just what I show this. And then I've got a place where my trading lives. And then I've got a place where my swing trading, my retirement type account lives. And then I've got something in which I've got a little fund, so to speak, with a couple of the other guys, which we're doing very, very well on, using trade ideas as a tool there. And then I've got one that's for all my algorithmic trading. So I just need to find that account. So for Mike C, so essentially what this scan is looking for, the gap doesn't have to be big, but you can adjust that. I use position of open, right? It has to be a little bit further down. And essentially what this is doing is it's looking for stocks with small gaps, kind of like Disney. So if you see Disney here, it gapped under this low, and then it looks like it's popping back up through. And kind of what I notice happens a lot, and what the back test is looking for, here's another one in NVST, we had a small gap down, sold off a bit, and then it's popping back through the close. And it's kind of like the move we just saw. What was that crazy one? CHCI, where it's looking for a push under, in this case, it's yesterday's low. But it's looking for a little push under these support areas and then a reversal. And I've noticed it can be very, very powerful. It's basically searching for stop runs, I guess, for lack of a better term. And let me just share that with you guys. And here's the back test of the base. Now, what I do over here is it's the same strategy as this one here that hasn't triggered today. But what I do is I optimize it myself. I take it from, the 5,000-6,000 trades it has, and I optimize it down to like 100 or 200 trades. And then I upload that into the system, and then I optimize these weekly. And if you guys want to see how it's going today, just do a screenshot here. This is what it's in currently, just to the short side. There's none to the long, but screenshot. So that's the trades that I'm in right now from this strategy in reverse that I'm trading in my live account on my other monitor here. So there is, so if I just do that, that should be your strategy. And let me know if that's what you're if that's what you're after. It's a good little strategy. It needs optimization. Obviously, there's a lot of scan, or you just run it without optimization and just use your eye to filter it down. I think Steve has it as well, and he has it on his screen. I gave it to him before I started Trade Ideas, so probably 2 years ago now, and I think he's had it on his screen ever since. Sorry to bug. First of all, Jay Corona, don't, and to anyone else listening, please ask questions. We're doing this in the middle of the day, and I will speak for the other guys, and I know they'll agree that we're not really preparing content here, right? We've all got our own jobs that we do for Trade Ideas outside of this, and we're all traders. So from the open until 1, when we pop on, we're all actively trading the markets, helping people out when they come into support. Sean does a lot of business development. I do my nerd algorithm stuff. So when we come here, if you guys ask questions, it makes our life a lot easier because we're not just, talking shit basically. So first of all, don't ever say sorry for bugging. It's like, think of it as a service you're doing for us if you're asking questions. Is there any way to back test and have it select share size based off stop loss opposed to selecting the dollar size amount? So what Jay is talking about is basically, can you back test? Because we have here 3 different options. You can trade a fixed share size, a fixed dollar amount, or based off stop loss. The quick answer is no, you can't currently. But we are adding that in, and I don't want to get everyone hyped up. I don't know when it will be, but I've pushed enough for that I think that's being added to the priorities list, because basically when we display Holly, get out of here. When we display Holly, that's why we use that one. And when we, I suggest trading it based off stop loss. So I would say it's going to be a priority. Again, I don't know how long it will take them to redo the back tester to allow it, but answer is no, you can't yet. Yes, we agree that you should be able to, and it's on the list to be built in. Problem is the list is really long, and the amount of people that can work on the list is really short. So hopefully soon. Again, any more questions, let me know. You're not bugging. You're helping out, pass the time. Is there any way a strategy can be programmed based in red bar, green bar, ignored? Oh, for these windows? Not at this time. So the question basically is these RBI, GBI windows, which are, if you don't know what an RBI and a GBI is, essentially it's looking for a big, strong move and then a small candle move sideways, and then a break of that candle. Some people call it a 1, 2, 3 pattern. I really like it myself. But can't auto trade these currently. Again, we're working on a system that will kind of merge and allow you to do more of this, but right now you can't. Unfortunately, a lot of improvements to do. It's a never-ending list that we got on the go. Now we have something that's kind of similar that you can auto trade. That's actually called the 1, 2, 3. I am not the biggest fan of it, but you may be able to find a close proximity. So if we just add that in, and then just take out some of these filters, this and this and this, you can see SSNS, right? It had a big push down and then a sideways move and then a push lower. So there is a scan like that in there. It's maybe not the best one, but you can do that. Let's see if there's any more change from the close. Get rid of that. Let's make that 1. Haven't really played with this volume today. 200,000. Haven't really played with this. Maybe it's gotten better. AMX. So that's your GBI right there. So if anyone was asking kind of what this scan is, it's a 3 candlestick pattern. You can see big strong down move like that. Green bar in here. That's kind of in the lower end of this. So basically what they call is this is an igniting bar, which is basically just a wide candle bar. And then inside that igniting bar, you have a little tiny resting bar, or just a sideways move, basically saying the sellers came in and pushed this. The buyers tried to push it up and they failed pretty early on, and then a continuation lower. And that's what that candle is there, is that continuation lower. And we have these for 1, 2, 3. We have these for a lot. So these unconfirmed ones are kind of the most interesting, where let's do 5, 15, 60, 5, 15, 60. Add all these in. The difference being the ones over here that have the bar finished in, it will only alert you when this bar closes. The ones that are kind of small or faded here, like after the small bar, these faded ones, it will alert you just as that other bar has broken. It doesn't need to wait until it finishes. So if we look at this on a 5-minute chart, we should see, big igniting bar, small inside bar, looks like it's about to break, so it's alerting us to that there. LTRPB. Yeah, please, please be careful. I know Barry would say the same thing. If you're trading something like this, Liberty TripAdvisor Holdings. What is even going on here? Yeah, I have no idea. The news isn't... Could it be a corporate action? Maybe. Like, is this the same as the TripAdvisor? That's moving, but it's not moving anywhere near... It's not moving anywhere near as that one. Yeah, I don't know. All I would say, my advice would be, what is it? LPRA. LTRPB. This has got to be some like buy, hold, or sell. I wonder if they said sell at the end of this article. That'd be funny. Yeah, what's LTRPA? Is that going crazy too? There's something with those. Might be a corporate action. Maybe it's just someone getting really ripped from a short seller's point of view. I don't really see the news on that. Well, again, all I would say is be very, 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 very careful if you're going to trade that. Ideally, don't. As a young trader, I would have been that guy. I would have been that guy that says, hey, I'm going to try to trade this because I think there's tons and tons of money to be made in it. And it's just not kind of the sustainable way to do it. Be perfectly honest. It's more dangerous than anything else trading like that. So just be very careful. It's you can just get in a lot of trouble, right? If you're trading stuff like that, it can get really, really hurt you. So, the best trading out there is slow, controlled, repeatable. If something happens, then it happens. Every now and then you'll get a blowout winner. That's great. I just worry about people who hunt for those kind of trades. It's kind of only a matter of time, sadly. This is these RBI GBI scans have actually got me thinking. So I'm gonna build a little. I don't really care for the 5-minute ones. I don't trade off generally any charts lower than 15 minutes. That's just for myself personally. I don't really like anything closer. Let's just stick to the 15-minute ones for now. And let's make relative volume today too and see what we get. A question, do I have any consolidation scans? I don't personally, but see where what's going on with that one? Where would that even 136? Here? No. Oh, it's right there on that candle. That makes sense. Okay. I'll have to break that out. I'm going to build something here live. We got 20 minutes. Again, please ask questions. So for the consolidation scans, I don't, but we actually have, if you go and you search for consolidation, we have all these filters. So you have you can do a 30-minute consolidation breakout. You can't go 60, but you can do this consolidation here. This is days, I guess, but you can do 30-minute and 5-minute consolidation breakouts here. And then when you add alert, right here will tell you how wide or tight you want that consolidation to be in dollar terms. Remove that. What are some of my favorite alert types? I really like the, and I'm going to just continue to kind of crack away on this one. There's no questions. I think we might be on to something here, and we may run a little back test. So we're going to take out of that, and then I want position and range. And we're going to make this like a breakout strategy. So it's going to be 75 or more. We'll add that. The volume. Let's do an average daily of 500,000. So some of my favorite alerts are actually these support, and we have one for resistance, a cross below support and a cross below resistance, because it's kind of like an algorithm in an algorithm. So basically how Trade Ideas define support is just an area that was touched but not broken. So when you get cross below support, I think it needs to have at least 3 or 2 separate touches before this one. It's just an area that's been tested a few times before it broke. So it's looking for these support and resistance areas on a shorter term time frame, and then you can specify how many hours you want that support or resistance area to exist before it enters for you. Let's go into all here. So there would have been 2. There would have been cats here, right there. That would have been a nice one. And it would have been box A. What about yesterday? STON. Oh, that would have been a good one right there. Little low volume, though, that's for sure. 57 cents. And, yeesh, yeah, I don't want to trade those. How is that average daily? Okay. Let's go in here. This is why it's important, even when you're building scans and algorithms, you go back frequently and you check. 200. Oh, no. Let's do this, and then we'll remove that. You'll go back and check the charts, right? I see people all the time get really excited about maybe an algorithm. They create it, and they want to back test it right away. And then what they find is they didn't look at the charts. They didn't see if it was possible. Like that last one that we looked at, there is no way you would have gotten a fill that was appropriate to that. So that triggered right there. So that one failed. That's fine. That one triggered right here. That was a pretty good one. So we may need to do maybe above a moving average or something. But just in case you were interested, any alert window that you have like this, you can just back test. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to back test it all day. And let's see what happens if you bought one of these and you held it for 2 hours. And I'm going to ignore risk management to start with and back test it for the whole day and just see. And this is what's called a signal test. If you don't include any risk management tools, the reason it's called a signal test is you're just saying, is the price going to be above the current price or below at your timed exit? Because no amount of risk management will save you if it's not going to be good to kind of start with. So ideally what you want to see in a signal test is some sort of profitability, saying, okay, if you just bought them and just blindly held them, which of course we would never recommend anyone do, but historically what would happen? And if you're profitable just doing that, then it's time to start going and optimizing heavily and trying to figure out what type of risk would work for this particular strategy. This one, the way I look at it with these kind of RBI, GBI setups, let's go into this SN today. You can see with this one, blow this up a bit. You're essentially looking to buy, you have an engulfing bar, right? And then you have your resting bar, and then you're buying a break of both the engulfing and the resting bar right here. So my theory would be is if it broke this candle's low, that would be a good place for a stop. You can't really do that mathematically, but you could say, okay, I'm going to take the 30-minute range, which would be this range and this range, and I'm going to use that as a stop. I would almost even say that if it broke this, you don't even want it to come back down here. So that'd be a tighter stop if you want it to be a little bit tighter on your trading. And you could say something like that would be the 15-minute range. I only want to risk the 15-minute range. And then you could say, if you wanted to get into custom formulas, you could say, well, I want my target to be 3 times that or 2 times that, and see if that's possible kind of up here. But it's interesting. I remember these, poop. Didn't mean to close that. Let me duplicate this, and we're going to turn it white. And we're going to turn on symbol linking. There we go. I'm back in action. Perfect. So you can see that just blindly buying and holding it seems to be interesting. Now let's see, what if it's more of like a scalp strategy? So we're not going to hold it for 2 hours, let's hold it for 1, and then we compare. And this is, it's not glorious, but this is algorithmic style trading, right? This is what you do. You say, okay, what happens if I do this? And what happens if I do this? And that's why I've got I'll have a Netflix or Stream or something on, because it's fairly monotonous work, I'm not going to lie. Is this also possible in 2-minute bars? No, the lowest alert I think we have for the 1, 2, 3 is 5-minute. I'm not one for really short-term scalping anymore. Oh no, it's 2-minute here. I'm focusing here on the 15-minute, just because, again, you guys, I didn't think about this alert for a long time. So you guys opened up a whole new world. So if you see something in Holly in the next month or so that talks about RBI and GBI, you were there. You were there when it started. Because this is interesting. Again, I don't focus too much on win rate. I don't care. If I'm going to make $1 million and I'm only right 1% of the time, who cares? That's obviously an unrealistic number. But there are many, many winning trading strategies and many, many winning traders with a less than 50-50 win rate. They just, have explosive risk reward. And to be honest, I think having explosive risk reward is better than having a high win rate, because your win rate can always fall. Your risk reward is kind of the only thing that you can control for your trading career. Also, I don't spend a lot of time on this screen at all. People like a nice, pretty looking equity curve, and I get it. This is not relevant. However, what's relevant is over here. So what you want to see is kind of an even distribution of trades. Each of these is the amount of trades that you take on any given day. So here's right on 20 trades, maybe call it 10 or 15 is about our average, with one day that it went crazy with 60 trades. But this is a good kind of starting point right here. Whereas if, for example, you had a really pretty equity curve and then you came into this screen, you saw that all of your profits came in a single day, that's not as good. So like this bar and this bar actually worry me, because it makes me wonder, maybe the market was like this and we had a bunch of continuation, but there was not very many trades on this really, really profitable day. So it really hit something well, and we can click on that day and we can go through and we can say, oh, it was Amazon. So if we click, we'll see that it bought Amazon somewhere right here. So that would have been a great trade. It bought 100 shares of Amazon right here, and then it closed it an hour later, so probably in this area. So it made a bunch. So now that we're in here, and now that we got something that's profitable, actually a 1.67 profit factor is actually really good. If you guys don't know what profit factor is, it's the sum of all of your winners divided by the sum of all your losers. So if all of your winners summed made $300 and all of your losers summed, you lost $100, you have a profit factor of 3. And that's a great number. It's basically a way to combine these two numbers together. You can have a high win rate and a low risk reward, or a high risk reward and a low win rate, and you'll get the same profit factor. It's just a much more important number, in my opinion, than either of those. One question, is there a way to ignore a day? Sometimes it throws off. Not at this time, unfortunately. Again, now that Trade Ideas has me chirping in their ears the entire time, I'm hoping to get more improvements to the back tester push through. I'm just kind of the champion for it because I'm the one who's obsessed with it. And the reason for that, again, I've been trading for 12 years. I started in the prop firm days where I'd trade 100 or so trades a day, back before HFTs, and then HFTs kind of killed that business. I spent some time in the hedge fund space where I kind of was able to look at what hundreds of different hedge funds were doing for trading styles, and it was the ones that were semi-algorithmic is a little bit different, right? The ones that were semi-algorithmic is those were the ones that made the most money and had the best consistent results, that had some kind of merging of man and machine. The full quant ones had problems and the full discretionary ones had problems, but that kind of combination of the two I thought was key. So again, that's how I trade. I do my scanning the night before. I do some back testing, this type of thing, so that during the day I do nothing. I just monitor my positions and I adjust kind of as time goes on. And then maybe something pops up from an automated swing trade like this WVE that I'm watching on my other screen. And if I ever go silent, that's why. I've got a close eye on this. Came through an automated scan saying there's like a 60% chance that this thing's higher than lower. So I'm watching this to see if it kind of gets above 8. And that's all I do for my own trading intraday. What are some features I'm dying for Trade Ideas to implement to the backtester? Maybe one of the powers that be are listening, so I'll check it out. One, I would love out of sample data inside the backtester, where it says, here's your equity curve for this and current data, and then here's your equity curve on out of sample data. For people who don't know, essentially out of sample data is if I gathered 1,000 people together at random and I wanted to find the average height of a human being, and I did my math on those 1,000 people, and then I said, okay, the average height of a human being is 6 feet. Now let me grab another 20 people from another random population and check against that if it worked, if they were about 6 feet, then I know that my original sample is a good representation of the population. If that other sample of people was 7 feet, then I'm like, okay, well, there's something wrong with my initial sample, and I can go back to the drawing board. That would probably be the biggest one. And I'm gonna save this. I got another question here, but I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna keep working on this today. I think I've got my project for the rest of the day is to see if I'm on to something here. And again, I like to use the scientific methods when I come to this. I've got an hypothesis that I might be onto something here. I may work at it all day and find out that is complete and utter shit, and it's just not a good idea, and then I'll abandon it. I've spent 50 hours plus on ideas that turned out to be nothing, which is unfortunate, but it happens. What do I scan the night before trading? I have a nightly scan list here, and I scan for these different setups. So these 1, 2, 3 setups are kind of like the RBIs that we talked about, where I want the stock to be up in 5 days and have a little inside day. I scan for inside days here, stocks that are, I have to always make a change to this. I keep forgetting. I have an inside, not this one. I think it's like this. I keep forgetting. I actually do my scanning on my other computer. That's why these are a bit out to date, but it looks pretty much the same. Where I just build these kind of, this inside day here. I'll scan for inside days. These are doji candles, double doji. So yesterday's a doji, today's a doji. Basically what I do is I look for areas of indecision. Like that Dix was actually pretty interesting to me because you can see, we've got this strong push up, a pull back, we filled the gap, and we've got a little bit of indecision going on. So if we close here, I'll be interested in watching DKS for the next day for possibly a swing because we've got a short-term uptrend here. We had a nice little pullback. We've got extended volume, and we've got a little inside day. Scan right here, and that's pretty much all I look for. Same on the short size. I want to find areas. I want to find a stock that's in a pretty clear trend for, again, my time frame, which is buy it, hold it for a week, maybe. And then I want to find areas of indecision along that trend so I can say, okay, I can participate if this indecision resolves in my direction that I'm looking at. And then I can put my stop under that indecision area, and then I just use a short-term moving average to trend. So, Mike C., I can share it. The problem is, and I'll just show you right here, is that there are customs to it. But I've started doing this just for you guys, to be honest. These are the custom formulas right here. I've just started to name them what the formula is. So I'm going to type these in for you real quick. T_high minus high underscore P. And then the other one is T_low minus low underscore P. And those are two different formulas, and basically all they're saying is I want you to compare today's high and yesterday's high, and today's low and yesterday's low, and then you just set the minimum and max so that 0 is the max value. So you're saying I don't want it to be higher than yesterday's high, and I don't want it to be lower than yesterday's low, and if that's the case, then it's an inside day. And then I can just give you the cloud link. But just know that my U91 and U32 are those two that I put in, and away you go. Again, I just like, you're supposed to give me a link. Share. Copy all. And paste. There you go. So it's just, again, that's just my whole synopsis. So I want to see a move happen, which is why I was really interested in these 1, 2, 3 plays that just kind of got brought up while we were chatting. I want to see the buyers or sellers in control, them taking a pause, and then me going with them. And it means that I miss, right? So say DKS, say I'm lucky and this is sets up perfectly tomorrow and it's a good trade and it goes to $30 and I sell it. All right. I missed from 15 to, 28 and I only got from maybe 25 to 30. But the way I look at it as someone who's not trying to get, Lamborghini, Ferrari rich tomorrow, but I like that I can just make a nice, slow, consistent income in most market conditions just by trading. That's my focus. So what can I come in and do every single day that's a repeatable, profitable pattern? And then, I'm 34 now. As, everything grows for me financially and everything else, my accounts get bigger and these small moves from a dollar point of view get bigger. So what are some new filter codes that you would like Trade Ideas to start capturing? Really, other than the ability to reference price and volume previous, which again, we are working on something. We're just trying to figure out how to make it client friendly. Right now it's not, but very, very powerful. I would like to just reference more days past, right? I'd like to be able to reference, for example, this scan is a doji today and a doji yesterday. And that's as far back as we can reference with these custom formulas. It'd be nice to say, what about 4 dojis in a row? And what about 5? What about 10? What about, a gap that happened last month? I'm turning 34 in 2 days. Sweet. It's all downhill from here. That's what I hear. So I hope you have some sort of a good happy birthday celebration within isolation. As much as you can. My fiance's birthday is soon as well, so we're going to try to figure out something. Okay, guys, that is it for me today. I'm going to give it back to Barry now. It's nice chatting with you guys. I may be back on Friday. If not, I'll see everyone next week. Thanks. Everyone, tip your waiter. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, I have taken over. Guys, can you hear me in the YouTube feed? I've taken over from Michael. I'm sure he was very informative. Does a lot of bot trading. Yeah, I'm out of the. I may look at it again if it takes out this 134. Okay, but I'm out of it. Basically, a couple of penny loss on the YTRA. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the relationship is. Obviously, they have the same name, TripAdvisor. I don't know what the something is going on. Obviously, I don't know what the relationship is. Well, something put a charge on the downside to TGE. It did nothing for hours, it seemed. I know Real mentioned it as a potential short, but I mean, this did nothing for hours. And then all of a sudden, something just whacked it. Let's see if energy got, or pipelines in general got hit. Not really. Okay, Pam, but I put something in the tech support, so I just want to make sure. So you are on that latest version? Did you check tech support? Okay, so let me just pass that on to the developer and see. He might ask you to email him directly the support. Okay, so he might be able to look. But let me just copy that down. Because you're the only, it seems like you're the only one. All right, I'll just pass that on to the developer, see what happens, okay? Okay, guys, I'm going to be doing my video pretty soon. Nothing really startling today, just that CH or the LYTS trade earlier. But as I recall yesterday, I took a late trade with the SMMT. Actually, I guess I took it around noon, so that's true. So, now, okay, Permianville Royalty Trust, PVL. Oh, look at the room this one has. Probably a low float, fairly low float, 33 million. All right, guys, so I will do my video now. Time is at 1:06, so I should be back. I'll put it here that I'll be back by 1:40, but I'm sure it'll be back earlier than that. All right, guys, I'm back. Pam, can you hear me? Okay, so I'm using, so you see the three little dots? This is, so if you click on the three little dots for Chrome, and then you click on Help, and then About, that'll tell you the version you've got. That's what I was asking you. Do you have that version? That's the latest version, 81.0 dot whatever, 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 okay? So you have to let me know. So I actually pass that on to the developer. So I might have to, if you don't have that, just please update first, okay? So when you click on this, it'll tell you if you have the updated version. You know, it'll tell you when you click on, so you see the three dots? Can you do that for me? And just, so if you don't have 81 point whatever I said, you know, this long 81 point, well, I actually posted it in the tech support. If you don't have that, that's the last, you know, it's going to tell you whether you're up to date or not, okay? And if it should say, if you're not up to date, it should say to launch or something to that effect. So before I bother him, let's see what he said. Usually, yeah, he gets, yeah, so he's already answered me. He's asked, did it work before? Did it stop working suddenly? But let me make sure you're up to date. Okay, so you need 81. 81 point something, right? See, it says 81.0. You said 80, so you need 81.0. Yeah, so try to get this one. This is what you need, 81.0. That's an older version. Meanwhile, what is happening here with those crazy trips? Let's take a tour. Okay, guys, so keep an eye on the MN. I mean, the MN could do it. I mean, if it takes this out right there, it could do it. 323, it has some room to about 360-ish, you know, on that monthly chart. How long ago is this? This is back, this is 2 years ago. Okay, so it is up to date. Okay. Can you try Firefox just for fun? Can you try Firefox as the browser? Just to see? That's what he asked me. He said, okay. I know it's a pain. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry it's you, but I'm glad it's only you. Okay, guys, we're on a bit of an upswing here. So yeah, we've cracked that 500 for the Dow. Bit of an upswing. Touch the VWAP, 1871. Touch the VWAP. Yes, that's what Real is talking about for the trip. Yeah, it's this MN is still pretty whippy. Look what it did. It hit right to the high and then it dropped. So I'm going to stick an alert around 31.25 and see if I can take that out. I mean, it's not a beautiful monthly chart. You know, I mean, it still has a lot of little pockets of resistance. I don't really love it, but so I'm not going to force the trade or anything. Risky business here. CHK, it's trying to come back. Again, they did the 200, 1 for 200 reverse split. You're talking to me, Pam? I'm talking about MN. Okay, Cala, nice break here. A little volume coming into Cala, C-A-L-A. Let's see, the high of a few weeks ago, it's right at that area. Just checking some of these little earnings plays, see if anything's shaking with them. All right, Banco Latinoamericano is moving higher here. This is an earnings play. Not very much volume though. What was that other reverse split today? The 1 for 10 reverse split. Okay, nothing happening there for Tough Built Industries, TBLT. All right, guys, I have to pass this. This to me is a bug. I mean, can somebody do me a favor? If you have the single stock window and you have the similar tab, I'm in a development version. I want to make sure. And if you clicked on CHCI, does it show up? I mean, it's right there. And if you're able to, double left click on the change. If you know how to use this, I'm not. If you don't know how to use it, I'm not trying to. But somebody who's been using the similar tab and double clicking on the change from the close, so you see the ones that are up the most. And I'm just not seeing CHCI as an example, even though it's up 111%, and it should be showing up here. And I want to see if it's because I'm on a development version that I loaded last night that this is happening. Okay. You don't see it either. Okay, and you're not on a development version. And you were double clicking on the change from the close, so you should be able to see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. Okay, I'm going to have to pass this on. All right, I'm going to do a screenshot of this. Give me a second here, guys. I'm just passing this information on. All right, guys. So I have just passed that on, and I'm trying to, have to get to the bottom of this, why this would not be showing up here. But you're saying other symbols too. Give me an example of another one, Calvin. Just give me an example of something else. So it's not just an anomaly with CHCI. But what I'm asking you to do is just, oh, okay. You see what I'm asking you to do, though? I mean, just, like the CHCI, obviously it should be here. It's the one that's up. Okay. Maybe it is just with CHCI. Okay. See if they did a reverse split or some crazy thing that's we're not taking account. You don't have memory from days ago? Why not? Okay, I'm just kidding you. Okay. Shoot. All right. What I want to do is I want to start looking at some of these other ones. Okay, so that is correct. It's in the right one. Yeah, maybe it is just an anomaly with CT or CHCI. Maybe it's just an anomaly for that one. I don't know. I said shoot. This is an earnings play. I didn't realize this was an earnings play by America. This has been a really active one. Just up a little bit right now, pre-market. So we will see a lot in next week. In fact, let me just see. I want to see how many earnings plays there are next week. It'll start to ramp up. But next week we will have approximately So next week we will have approximately 500 earnings. Companies releasing earnings. The week after that, it'll probably be more like 1,000. So we will see a lot in the watch list up and down. We're going to see a lot of earnings plays. So probably not as many, well, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, predominantly what we see right now, of course, these little virus plays. I just actually go to Finviz. It has a. But you go to Yahoo. I mean, there are tons of sites out there. You can even use us. Now that one not being in the similar tab, yeah, I can see that. Oh, wait a minute, I have to LTRPB, LTRPB. Yeah, that's kind of a weird one. I don't know. Who knows what's going on with this thing? So we're going to keep an eye on MN just in case it takes out this area up here later on in the day. Yeah, this is obviously going to be a super long halt. I mean, it does say it is still a volatility halt, but they should halt this forever. But it is a volatility halt. So again, if it's going to be a multiple of 5, then it will open in, if it's another multiple 5 now, and it didn't, is what I'm talking about. So it was halted at 115.47 or 50, sorry, 47. And we already passed the 140. So the next one would be 145.47 on a 5-minute. If it's going, but this should almost be halted because of news or something to that effect. And hopefully nobody is in that one. There are a lot of the LTRPs, and this has the same, obviously designation of shares. At least this one, has a lot of volume, 19 million. The other one hardly had any volume. Yeah, 166,000 shares. That's insane. All right, guys. NTZ has just got halted. Also, NTZ got halted. Now, if this can crack through, there's the 200-day, far enough away. Let's see what happens when it opens. All right, so it took this trade, the taste. You can see why it's on the watch list, TAST. Let's see if it runs a little bit. Gone on the watch list because it has all this room left. All right, another one that's starting to rip here. NNDM had a little rip early in the day, pulled back. NNDM, volume coming in. NNDM. The high of 2 weeks ago, looks like it's right at that area, 154. Takes that out. It has room to 250, guys. So 254. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying there's the high of 2 weeks ago. It's sitting right at it. Now, the market is moving down again, so, anything going long is still suspect. I mean, this has a ton of room. I wish the market were helping it a bit, though. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to follow a thread here. BPMP on the way down here. BPMP down on the way down. Let's see. Okay, NTZ just opened. NTZ just opened. A little cheap one, low float, 4.7 million in the float. Now look at NNDM, guys. After this was not halted. Look at this one now, starting to rip here. NNDM, right from the Momo up. So what I might do tomorrow, just the way I see a lot of these playing, and not necessarily every single one, because it'd be, and it's not for everybody. You'd be definitely in chase mode. But when I get an alert early, I might take the trade immediately, even if it's not in like a great pattern, because some of these are just having some great follow through immediately. You're in chase mode right there, though. And just put a very quick stop. If it works, great. If it doesn't, I'm out for a very low gain or low loss, short loss. So it's not small loss is what I meant to say. Not that I'm aware of, Don. Not in the. I don't know if you can do it in well, you have to take a look. I don't think so. I know that's something that we want to take a look at. Because here's your. Yeah, I don't see it here at all. The low of the candles. I don't see it. If you don't see it here, then no. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I took a loss. I actually shorted this one. It was a tough. I had a little bit of a gain in it, and that's why I said shoot, because it popped down. I didn't want to really talk about it because it's not trading very much, but I thought I'd take a shot at it. It is an earnings play. Got a little excited on this. See, I missed this move down here. I missed it. I should have taken some out right there, but I didn't. And, it's not trading very much. I just took a chance on it. I'd do it again. I mean, it was basing so much here. Okay, Nick, take the caps off, please. Okay, so Fred from the YouTube room is talking about IFRX. Yeah, it's got room on the weekly up to 6, I suppose, or up to 7, I suppose. Yeah, as I'm saying, if the market continues to move down like this taste probably is not going to work. Okay, one more kick at this if it gets down to 1160 for the crust. I mean, I liked it because it had all this room down here, so we'll see. I'll just have to see if it takes that out again. Yeah. NTZ, a big fizzle. Let's see what the NNDM is doing. NNDM, yeah, that's why you cannot walk away. Look at that, $1.60 all the way down to 144. Yeah, PLT is, but it's been choppy. I mean, this has been I call this the pseudo earnings play, but it's been, look how choppy it's been. Now there's a pullback and a pop, but to where? To me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance for it right around here, 1370, right around there. Pseudo earnings play, and that I think that what they did is they announced kind of their guidance. I mean, they don't have earnings until the 6th. But I think they're suggesting that next quarter is actually not going to be too bad. All right, just checking some of these from the watch list, see if there's any action. Well, there's the Domo actually. On this now, again, my bias was long on the Domo, but it's sort of right in between yesterday's candle right now, daily candle right now. So all right, I think what I'll do now, just to keep my boredom level a little up or down, is to maybe start taking some trades just to demonstrate in the simulator. Using the buy button right on the chart. So again, remember, if you create a trading strategy, you're designating, obviously it's going to be either a long or a short trading strategy. And then to use the buy button on the chart, you basically tell one of your long strategies, you designate it as the way in which you want to trade it on the chart. So that's why when I click left click, you can click on any one of them, but I've checked this one, default chart long strategy. So that means this strategy right there, whatever that is, you know, with these order details, I'm risking $100 on the trade, using this as my stop, my VWAP stop. Okay, with these two, and that'll size my position. $100 loss. If the trade doesn't work, I don't want to lose more than $100. And then using this stop, the VWAP stop, which is not yet available to you guys. So those are the rules. So now I'll take a trade. See if we can find something that's something that might be a little interesting. I mean, I'm just really demonstrating. So a few ways to do it. You can put in a conditional buy order. So if I clicked on this and I put the buy right up here, it might be an interesting look. So why don't I do that? Say, okay, if it took Okay, so there's my stop down here at 1690. I wish this said something differently because this is the target. I wish that said target or something like that rather than, it's a little confusing to me. But anyway, there's the target. It's 50 cents above. There's 896. If I took the trade right up here, that's because I do have a target for the buy using the buy button. 50 cents above. I can always move it, of course. Now it hasn't taken the trade yet, because I'm waiting to see if, so that's an example of putting a conditional buy order in. And you can see why. I mean, what would make maybe sense. There's the top of that 15-minute candle, top right there, top right there. So just as an example. Now, if I didn't like this, if I wanted to get rid of it right now, if I said, no, I don't like it, all I have to do is go to my orders and I just have to cancel. Okay, I won't cancel it. Now, I could have also put it down below. Let's say I wanted to take this on more of a pullback. I could have put the order down here. Let's do one with play also. Yeah, I'll take this order right here. Again, I'm just demonstrating how this works. So I'll drop it right there. Okay, so there it is. There's the order at 1193. Taking out that area right there. There's my stop, which of course I can always move. So at this point, you know, I'd probably move it to there. And again, you can't see it, it's all jumbled here, but I mean, the target, oh, there's the target is up there. I'm sorry, the target is not there. It would be 50 cents above. So there's a couple of conditional orders that I've placed. That would be pretty big, yeah. 10% if you choose percent, yes. I don't do that. I put a 10 cent. I put 10 cents. I don't think a lot of people would put a percent, to be honest. So again, I've got a couple of conditional buy orders in set already. There they are. So now let's take a trade, okay? Instead of waiting for one to happen, let me see if I can take a trade. Well, I can. I just have to drop it right to where the price is. Just trying to find something that might make a little bit of sense. Boy, look at the market. I mean, the market is just, meandering a little up, a little down, a little up, a little down, but in a fairly tight range. All right, I'm going to take this trade. I mean, again, this is just to demonstrate it, so I'm going to drop it right there. So I'm going to drop it right on the price. Or see, I'm just slightly under. So let me move it higher. I have to move it right to the price. Here we go. So I took the trade. CHRS took that trade, $392 or 392 shares. There's the entry, and there's the stop. If I subtract the two, multiply by 392, I should get close to. I know, that's what I have to be. So when you move it, that's like putting two orders in. That's why the stop was doubled. But I could just move that up here. Have to be careful then. And I'm in the simulator. Look at the SPY guys. Maybe I'm going to stick an alert up here for the SPY. Cost, guys, cost. Cost is on the move here. Wow, look at this. What a run. Not very much volume. Low float. I can't wait, Real, to see how you do. Wow, look at costs ramp up here. Costs now, so it bursts right through the 200-day moving average, which is at 163, like nothing. Audio and visual, okay. Sorry, audio and video equipment. Where are they out of? Milwaukee, okay, so it's a U.S. company. Look at costs. This is the one I should have taken. Remember I was saying tomorrow I want to start taking these right off the bat and putting a tight stop if I can, and just see if I can get a bit of a run. This only in the momos, these momos. Then they usually give it up. Is it shortable? Not shortable for me, and it is now, it is now halted. Koss is now halted. Koss. You know what, guys? I don't know if that's a bug. I have to find out if that is a bug, because I want to take another trade. I want to put it on, and then I want to drop it. Okay, so I'm going to do this one, and I'm going to put it up here. Okay. Okay, so it looks like it took the trade. I don't know if there's a best way, Cheese Hunter. I mean, I use the Momo up. I mean, I don't know if it's the best way. I mean, there's no such thing as the best way. But I mean, if you're looking for stocks that are moving on volume, like this, this is from my Momo up. Look at the volume bursts that are happening. Again, I don't know if it's the best way. I don't know if there's such an animal that you can just call the best. But this is what I use. Everything's available. If you're a subscriber, just click on scans and everything is available, including Momo up, right there, Momentum up. Or you can click on the half open folder, it's called Room Drive. It looks like a half open folder. And scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. And you can look at them all at your leisure. Man, I should have. Well, that's why I got out of the crust. But look at this. Look at this. Flipping the script on this. I mean, there's a nice little volume burst. Not volume burst, but a little break on consolidation on the 15s for crust. Fred, you love Clovis. All right, so you see play, not triggering. There was the conditional buy order, and it's actually moving down here. I want to see if it takes this as a short. It shouldn't, but I want to see if it does in the simulator. Interesting one from Fred in the YouTube room. So yeah, nice little break here for GNMK. Lots of volume, not great relative volume, but lots of volume. Nice, interesting little break right there. If you look left, so the high of the week was just a little bit above it. Oh, Sasha, I don't. I get that question a lot. Well, I shouldn't say a lot, but I really don't remember. Honestly, I don't. It's been a long time since I started trading, so I just can't really remember. I'm not trying to evade the question, but I just can't remember. The one thing is just, to have the discipline to get out of a trade when you hit your stop. Key. And not try to second guess, you put a stop in and then you get close and you think, well, you know what, maybe that stop was too tight. I better reduce it, make it a little bit lower. You know what happens. I mean, you keep lowering it because you refuse to believe that you can be wrong on a trade. You want to believe so much that you've picked, the right stock to go long on or whatever, and it starts moving against you, and you just think, well, okay, my stop is too tight. I'll keep reducing it. So that $100 manageable risk turns into 200, turns into 300, 400, etc. Four alerts, only 4 alerts from the AI, yes. You'll rarely see me take a big loss. In terms of, I'm always, doesn't matter what I'm risking. I'm risking $100 in this simulator. What I risk is personal, of course, depending on my account size. But, I can't remember the last time I disobeyed my stop. The reason being is that, the old days, yes, when commissions were really crazy, high. Look at costs. Wow. Look at that bottoming tail, though. That's why these are so risky. Look at that bottoming tail all the way down to 180, and it's popped all the way up to 250. You want to talk about, these are so risky. 2.5 million in the float. Yeah, markets now, slowly creeping back here. There are a 3-bar pullback on the 15s, slowly. Other thing I really hammered home for me is, watching what the overall market's doing. Unless you're in a stock that is really, like this one doesn't care what the market's doing. Goss doesn't care. It's going to trade on its own. The market could be, moving down steadily. It doesn't care. But most stocks aren't like that. Most stocks will probably follow the market to some extent. That's why, it's a cliche, but the trend's your friend. So if the market's moving, you want to get long something, nice to have at least to have the market on your side. Market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but you certainly don't want it to be dropping on you. Even if it's stable, neutral. So it's always a good idea. That's why I have the SPY chart open all the time. The other thing is to check your sector, the sector you're in. Market could be moving down, but maybe your sector, maybe for whatever reason, the energy sector is moving up and you want to get into an energy stock. So it's a good idea to have there are no positive sectors right now, but maybe it's moving up. Look at the 5 minute right there for whatever reason, communication starting to move up, even though it's down for the day, it is starting to crawl back. Probably like a lot of sectors, because the market is starting to move up a little bit. So, check your sector that you're that you're in, the stock's in. What's the overall market doing before you pull the trigger? The other thing I stopped doing was, waiting until at least, or started doing, waiting until at least 15 minutes into the market. At least. What I was finding is that, I would love to get into these early trades. Market opens, yeah, let's take it, it's ripping. And most stocks will be very, very active, of course, in the first 15 minutes, both on the upside and the downside. It's fantastic if you pick the right one and it keeps going higher. But I was just finding too many times I'd be getting into something and it would start to work and then boom, it would drop and I'm out. And it just puts psychologically, it's tough, to start off the day with 2 or 3 losing trades right off the bat. Then you start trying to scramble to recover. So I just said, you know what? I'll let those ones that keep going, I'll just, it's going to happen. But I'd rather do that and wait at least 15 minutes. Okay, let's see. Cost missing from the... Yeah, you're right. I don't know why. Why is this one missing? All right, let me do another screenshot. All right, guys, let's see what's happening here. So I'm out of everything. I just still kind of waiting on that MN. It doesn't look like it's going to pop. The market is starting to creep just a little bit higher here. Yeah, I don't know. On the LTRB. And it looks like, and it's still halted, isn't it? Oh, it isn't is it halted? Oh no, it's open. Is this open now? I'm just looking at the, well, I guess it's open now. Yeah, it's crazy. Hopefully nobody in their right mind was chasing it up here. Well, cost is here, so I don't know what. So it must be some filter that you've got in there, Angel, that is preventing it. Yeah, there will be a few. You're right. Now look at Kala here, guys. So this is a really nice break right now for Kala, Cala, taking out that high of last month, or at the high of last month, 804, just a little bit above the high of last month. Okay, on PLT, looks like there is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Sorry, yeah, on the 15-minute chart. This is the area though, right there. If it can get through there, I mean, there might be some room. This is kind of, I call this that pseudo earnings play. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. All right, guys. Yeah, look at PLT now. PLT on that red bar ignored. PLT on the red bar ignored. Right there. So there's that red candle engulfed by the previous green one. And maybe just a tad above. Let's see, 1350. Yeah, so it's not quite, but the body is. So the principle behind this is if you have I like to see a little more of an uptrend, but You have that green candle, then you have the next candle is red. To be, a classic red bar ignored, it should be totally engulfed. And then the next bar is green, basically signifying kind of a pause in the trend. And that the trend should be continue or could continue. The trigger would have been around 1350. So now, Nick, you've gone reverse. You put these symbols, put the symbols in caps and everything else in lowercase. Just makes it easier to identify. Okay, that's all. Just makes it easier to identify a symbol as opposed to the text. That's all. Keep an eye on that GNMK, guys. GNMK, that's from Fred in the YouTube channel or YouTube feed. Cracks through that 727 of yesterday's high. It has some room. AMD, poor old Advanced Micro. No, not poor old, boy. He was dead. Look at that. What, wow. Well, you're getting close to an all-time high again for AMD. Just out of the price range I like to trade, but yeah, nice. There's that Bed Bath & Beyond. Should be very, very interesting to see what sort of release it has after hours today. It has an earnings release after hours today. I tried to short this a few times. I just could not get the fill. It was down more than 10%. I sat there once. I think I sat there for 30 minutes. Oh, not 30 minutes. For 30 seconds, 30 or 40 seconds. The stock did not move at all. And I just could not, it would not fill me. Well, I'm insulted, so I'm never coming back, real. Thanks a lot. Boy, space early on, over 20, should be interesting tomorrow. I mean, it's over yesterday's high now, 2029. And a lot of room, of course. This was an incredibly active stock before the virus hit. Even before, though, it started to drop. But that stock went from 7 to, what was it, 42 in about 3 months, I guess. Ah, market. Look at this. Nice little move here for the market. I pass the mantle to you. Okay, guys, there's that JNMK. All right, so I will be, just put this in here, closing the room at 3. I also, this is my long day, this is Wednesday, so I attend the Q&A session with Brad and Dan, Partners in Trade Ideas. They do their Wednesday Q&A, and I help out, not on the mic, just text-wise. So if you wanted to attend that webinar, along with all the other ones, Just put that link in the room right now. It's a sign up for all of the webinars that we have, including the one today at 5 o'clock Eastern. Boy, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have, let me see. Okay, I just sent him that. He might say to send it. I might have to give you his email address, his support address, and he might take a look. Okay. Just absolutely no answer for that. Sorry. Yeah, market is even Carnival. So I bet you the other ones are moving too. CCL. Let's see what NCLH is doing. NCLH. Yeah, they're probably all moving. RCL. How did I do that price alert a few minutes ago? Are you talking about on the chart, Kivo? Okay, so from new, make sure you probably don't have if you have never created a price alert before. Not in TI, okay. So from the toolbar, new, and where it says, where are you? Price alerts window, click on that, okay? When you click on that, your price alerts window will pop up, okay? You'll have nothing in it. I'm gonna get rid of everything. Okay, you'll have nothing in it. It should be blank. So to create a price alert, I'm going to minimize this right now to create a price alert. So let's just say for RCL, I wanted to create a price alert, right up here. It takes out that high right there. So basically you just go to the chart, just move your cursor pointer to where you want the price alert. Then I right click, create price alert. And so right at 37.87, that's what, now I could always, change it. And then I just save it. I don't put notes in. I don't care about notes. I just save it, done. So you see there's our blue line. Very, very simple. Very, very easy. And here's what I would do. Oops. So this is what I would do. So you see it is created and it's working. In other words, it hasn't triggered yet. So what I do is I minimize it. Number one, I minimize the window. I don't have to see this window all day long. I right click, I put a sound alert on it. So right click, go to actions. and then click play sound, set up the sound. I use a custom sound. Select the sound. Here are 3 folders that we have for you. You can click on each one. You can see we have a bunch of different sound alerts in the different folders. You can click on one of them, click on open, play it. If you like it, then you just say okay and okay again. And then that I'm going to cancel out. And then that would mean that that sound alert would be attached to this window, okay? To your price alerts window. What would happen is then, if you minimize it, when you do, when the price hits, if it does, the window will pop up. It'll sound at you, of course. And also, if you just, what I do is I sort on the triggered column. So I'm going to see it. I'm going to see the one that triggered the last right at the top. So you can't miss it. But the key really is to minimize it. And then if something happens, it'll pop up. Let's do one. Show you how that works. And see if it if I can. You see the markets. Well, I'll bracket it. I'll bracket it just a bit. There you go. You see, it popped up because it was at 231. It hit at 231. So it popped up. Sounded at me. It sort of changes colors a little bit. And so you can't miss it. Very, very simple to do. Well, you can, the easiest way to, if I want to get rid of it, but you can go to the chart. Oops. Now it popped on the upside. So if I had this minimized, it would have popped on the upside. And yes, you can move it around. The only problem is once it's triggered, this is a feature I'd like, is to be able to just, put it again. No, I guess you can. Yeah, you can move it around. Yeah, you can move it around right on the chart. I wonder if there you go. So I can keep moving this around. I wonder if this is a new feature. Yeah, you can just move it right. You can just keep moving the line right in the chart. You know what? It's probably not a new feature. I just haven't used it I haven't used it before. I don't think it was available right when the price alert started, but I just haven't used it. I guess that yesterday's high was too much for GNMK to poke through. I was wanting to take this trade up around here, but it looks like it's too hard for it to poke through. Yeah, so what you can do in terms of the charts, there are only two options, dark charts or the white charts, okay? So what you can do is something like this. I've got my volume here. This is how I want to see every chart. I've got some indicators here. This is how I want to see on every single chart, okay? I've got my, there's the 200 weekly. Here's the 200-day moving average on the chart right there, okay? So these are the indicators that I want in every chart. So what I do is once I do that, and if I wanted, and I also want the chart to be, I want it to be white. I don't want the dark theme. Anyway, once I do all that, then I just right click and save as default. So every time you open a chart, you know, this will be the look. So if you wanted it every time you open a chart to be dark, you would check dark theme and then save as default. Okay, so you see what happened? So the play triggered. I had that conditional buy order up here at 11.94, and it triggered, took the trade. What a move by it. Look at the volume that came in. It was crazy action with TGE, guys. Very, very crazy action. You know, this was an AI alert, but it did, you know, for several hours, just sat there, all of a sudden down. And then, I mean, this makes trading pretty difficult sometimes. Now you see this move here, like why here? And then this here. I mean, you know, you can drive yourself crazy trying to figure it out. Ah, buyout news. Okay. Blackstone likely to buy Tailgrass at original offer. Okay. Makes sense. 22.45 a share. There we go. Blackstone. Okay, there's the news for it. Okay. I don't know how well it works. I haven't used it for a long time, but so you know, two-minute green bar reversal, 5-minute green bar reversal, 15-minute green bar reversal. Okay, and also right here. So you can try these to see how well they work. Yeah, we have the 2, 5, 15, and 60-minute. You can try them to see how well they work. I haven't used it for a long time. So all I do is just do a search. So right click on an alert window, configure search, and type in reverse. And then you just, here they are. Okay? I don't have one up and loaded, so All right, guys. Well, I'm getting set another 15 minutes or so, and then I'll be out of here. Oxy, guys. Oxy's making a little break here. Energy play. Oxy, a little bit of a break here. And I don't know how much more room it's got. 1342 looks like probably some resistance. Now, who knows? Maybe the market will get close to positive or neutral by the end of the day. The way it's been trying to recover. How is Slack doing? Yeah, doing okay. So it's really, I know Slack is not like Zoom exactly, but it's really like Zoom. How is Zoom doing right now? Yeah, pretty darn good after its PR fiasco. Now this is a little earnings play. Actually, a lot of volume. Big float though. 1.5 billion in the float for WIT. This is an earnings play. Been kind of creeping up and up, just over that whole number now. WIT. You too, Real. Thanks for all the help in the room, obviously, every day. Day in, day out. Yeah, look at this crust now. It's a problem, not very much volume, lots of whip. Yeah, not a lot of activity from the AI today. Only four alerts, and one of them is a little suspect because I doubt very many people could have shorted CHK. Well, I'm just looking at a couple of the scans that I use for scanning after hours. Not too many stocks in either one. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of stocks make the watch list for tomorrow. Well, this could have a bit of a run if it takes out that 12. It's almost at the high, I guess, of the day, PLT, or maybe it is at the high of the day. Let's see, 11.99. It looks like 11.99 is the high of the day. And there it is. So this could have, a run, I suppose, into the close. The high in the daily chart, looking left now, is about 1460, and that's for play. Not, I'm sorry, did I say PLT? That's for play. So it's still down for the day, though. So that 20 cents, it may stumble at 20 cents. 20 cents from now, that's where it closed yesterday. Well, I know one stock is going to make the watch list for tomorrow. That'll be Space. Space is, can be a real difficult trader, but Space, SPCE, what a move. What a move this week. And the 3-day move right there for Space. The big move was yesterday. And looking left on that weekly chart, it's approaching those highs. Takes that out. Look out for Space, SPCE. All right, next on the hit parade, look at this. Lifeway Foods, LWAY. Look at the volume that came in. Actually, this is an earnings play. Didn't realize it. Was really doing not that much. The volume, look at the volume that just came in. 10% of the volume for the day right here for Elway. Not John. Through the 200-day moving average, 237. All right, guys, we're getting set to wrap this up. Any last questions before I start shutting it down? Not a terribly exciting day for me today. What do people with the software do for the last hour? I'm sure, well, you can still use the software. Just because I'm not here doesn't mean you can't use the software. I am not the software. Oh, look at this. It's so funny how this works, isn't it? I mean, doing nothing, nothing, nothing for hours. And then all of a sudden, there goes leeway. I mean, the volume is picking up, LWAY. All right, guys. Well, let's see. The SPY is still creeping up here. Still creeping up. Well, I started awfully early, Hutton, okay? I started awfully early, and, I opened the room at 9, but I'm doing a lot of stuff before then. Also, today, I'm in a webinar at 5, so it's just the way it is. How do I know it's available for short and B plus? You can't. Okay, your broker, hey 125. Your broker is going to be the determining factor. Okay, B plus has no idea even if it's IB, your broker is going to determine whether or not you have shorts. So, for instance, So I was saying I might get a short alert, and I'll immediately look over. I'm using Interactive Brokers, and it'll tell me immediately if I have shorts available. And every broker is different. So what I mean by that is that your broker might have shorts and my broker might not have shorts. That's why people always, well, I should say always, but I mean, we get the question, why can't we have a filter for when shorts are available? Well, it's impossible because every broker is different. But for instance, if you're using Brokerage Plus and you're connected to Interactive Brokers and you tried to short something, and if there are no shorts available, the trade wouldn't go through. Obviously, if you're using B Plus and Interactive Brokers, and Interactive Brokers is the only thing you can use with B Plus if you're trying to trade your live account. In the simulator, obviously, well, no, it's just using our data. That's why I'm always saying if in the simulator it takes a short, I always glance to make sure I can be in a short. If I can't, then I immediately exit. Just to trying to keep it real. I don't want to get into a situation where I'm short something and it works out fantastically, but I just wouldn't be able to do that in the real world. That all makes sense. No, I'm not connected to we were very close to having E-Trade being the second broker, but with all that's happened, everything is on hiatus. Also with Morgan Stanley buying E-Trade just before all this happened, all this being the virus, everything is on hiatus, but we were very close to having E-Trade as the second one that you could use B Plus with. I'm not connected to E-Trade. I'm connected to the simulator. All I'm saying, but if you wanted to trade your own account, you could click on Interactive Brokers, and then you could trade your account. But obviously you need an IB account. Meanwhile, these are two late trades here. Play working pretty nicely, and the LLNW inching its way up. Especially if the market continues to just sort of creep up also. All right, everybody. Any other questions? Either in the YouTube feed or in the trading room? All right, going once, going twice. All right, that is a wrap for today, everybody. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you then.